Boop! We are live. We are streaming.
Excellent.
We are talking.
Indeed.
Hello, Nick.
What's up, man?
All right. So, I'm always distracted. I'm watching my recording software, and then I'm watching the YouTube preview, and it's like delayed, and I'm like, time.
I can't have too many things up. I've got like the chat window maximized, so I don't see the rest of the video.
That. I wish I could get away with doing that, but I need to see if something goes wrong, and we've stopped broadcasting for some reason. So.
Okay. Just don't think I could watch all of it at once. I would definitely get distracted. Then it would be just a video of the two of us looking at our second monitors.
Yeah, true. That was what mostly my chat with Joe was you kind of looking over like
riveting streaming here. We're both just like
All right, I'm going to try and only look over at the second monitor once every 5 minutes this time.
So what we do?
We'll see how this goes. All right, so for people who are, well, nobody's online right now, but for people who tune in later,
for posterity, yes,
or use the DVR features of YouTube to rewind real quick, we are, well, who are you?
Well, my name is Nick Casiday. I am here with JT to raise money using Extra Life. JT and I met, let's see, I'm going to mess up the year, but it was well over 20 years ago. I was in college at University of Alabama, and we have a mutual friend, Joe Cotton, who did the previous discussion.
Yeah.
And JT and I met through DragonCon and going and playing DarkCon specifically. So the first time we met up, we were playing in the same group, and I am sure we'll get into the history of that. Oh, are we?
We actually did meet before that.
Did we?
Yeah, there was at least one time when I came down to visit.
Yep.
And hang out with Joe, and I think it was probably your freshman year.
There was one time where Joe and I and my younger brother and my college girlfriend, we went somewhere on spring break, and we swung through.
That's quite possible.
And hung out with you for the evening. We played a one-shot D&D game. It was actually a lot of fun.
That's quite possible. Yeah.
Joe got a speeding ticket.
Yeah.
He claimed to have a higher understanding of the speed limits, and the cop disagreed.
Yeah, well, Joe and driving in general is always a fun thing because I don't know if you ever saw his. You've received driving directions from Joe?
I have. They are delightfully vague. Go past the big tree and take a left. Okay. Yeah.
So I remember he sent out to some friends trying to come visit me. He was trying to give them directions to my house in Jacksonville. And he knew the way. He had driven it a few times, and he was trying to give them directions. It was like, so turn right. Up ahead you will see the graveyard where we will sacrifice you to our Lord and Master Satan. Take a right.
That's not bad, though. I mean, if you can personalize the experience, I think people understand it better.
Oh, yeah. First time he gave me directions to Memphis, to his house in Memphis, it was get on Corridor X, or whatever it was named at the time, and go forth. Go forth, young man, and do not stop. Be not swayed by the temptations of Tupelo. Be not swayed by... So.
Fortunately, I think the times I visited him up there, he was already living with Benji Sawyer, so I got better directions.
So, but yeah, no, actually, yeah, I think the first time we met was probably your freshman year when I came up to visit.
Well, that may not be true. I mean, not to nitpick, but I actually met Joe in my sophomore year.
Okay, that might be the case then, yeah.
Because, well, we had a mutual friend. Actually, how I ended up meeting Joe Cotton was that we had a mutual friend, Mike Lennick, who went to ASMS with that group.
Right.
Mike and I took German together and became friends. And yeah, I remember going, I think, 2 or 3 times over. They lived in a different housing hall than I did. Oh, no, the different floor. The same housing hall, same really, really bad one. I doubt anybody will care, but it was Patey Hall, which was like one of the worst possible ones. And I remember going there a few times, and Joe was always on the computer. So
Yeah.
my first few meetings.
That might be the case.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's stop talking about Joe because he ain't here. He had his time to shine. So
the point being, it's been over 2 decades.
It's been a while.
Any way you slice it.
Yeah.
It's been over 20 years. I remember doing all kinds of fun stuff. I remember we went out to Horsepins 40 to see you do a thing. It was actually on my birthday.
Oh, I faintly remember now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I used to do
fair, right?
I used to do Ren fairs up at Horsepins 40 in Steele, Alabama.
Yep, you were camped out there, so we came to visit. It was either my birthday or the day before, and I think that would have been 20th birthday because 21st birthday, of course, was very different.
I'm sure.
So 99 maybe, and then I also very distinctly remember coming out your way and going to, I think it was, and we didn't have a Dave and Buster's around here, but I think it was a laser tag over near Atlanta to play Mech Warriors.
It was a Dave and Buster's.
Was Dave and Buster's him?
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun because there was nothing in Alabama like Dave and Buster's. And
No, I mean now there's a few more places. Heck, there's one near my house, maybe 30 minutes. Not quite as big, not quite as extensive, but
no, because that one had like a bowling alley and like a bar area. The one here's in a mall. It's much smaller. Yeah, it's still big, but it's just. And speaking of gaming, I had a blast going through there, man.
Oh yeah,
it felt like the old arcade days, right? Like, I tell you, if we're gonna segue gently into a topic, and video games were my start into gaming, but there was something very attractive to me about tabletop gaming, and it was the same thing that was attractive to me about going to the arcade in the mall, because there were other people.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah.
It wasn't just sitting on your Nintendo at home. Of course, back when video gaming wasn't social like it is now. You didn't have
online gaming.
There was a person sitting next to you.
Yeah.
Playing, player 2. But we'd go to the mall. The arcade was some of my favorite experiences, and that really, honestly, the feeling that I get when I go into Dave and Buster's is one part nostalgia for the old arcades, and one part Vegas. Like, it kind of feels like Vegas.
I think that's intentional as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you'll excuse me for just a second, I am fed up with my squeaky chair. I'm getting rid of my squeaky chair.
Already. It's like, well, you know what? This ain't working.
No, I've been watching my audio monitor go off like crazy. I am stealing my son's less squeaky chair.
Indeed.
Less squeaky, not unfortunately squeak less. Oh, and that's right. He has it. There we go. All right, better now.
Me right there.
I am happier. Yeah, and that was the thing. Like, I know I had during those years in college, I had like 2 groups of friends. I had my theater / gaming friends, the group of my theater cohorts who liked playing D&D and everything with me, Risk and Axis and Empires and all that. Axis and Allies. I only played that once. I could not get through. Oh, I get people love that game, but I just can't. I don't have the
one game.
I don't have the patience.
I was told it was all about betraying people, and people got quickly tired of me betraying them, ganged up on me and killed me.
Yeah, but then I also had I called it the ASMS group because it was the people who like Benji and Joe, but you got lured into that because.
Right, yeah. I didn't go to ASMS, but yes, at that point, most of my friends in college were from they had gone to ASMS.
Yeah, and for those who might be watching this and wondering, what the heck are they talking about ASMS? Alabama School of Math and Science.
The magnet school for junior and senior year down in Mobile, Alabama.
Although I hear now it's like even extended to maybe even freshmen.
Wow, that's weird. Because it is, you send them down there.
It's pretty much like you start them in college early.
You do.
Yeah.
And that was, that was why they were always on the computers, is because they had already started into that life.
Yeah.
They were already very used to LANs, which was all new to me. Computer gaming was something, the different aspects of gaming. If you go from console gaming, Atari, Nintendo,
Yeah.
Super Nintendo, move forward. It wasn't until college and meeting Joe that I started understanding, the value and fun of, computer gaming. And of course, we lived in a huge dorm, which was on the same. It wasn't on the same LAN, but it was on the same network. So
Yeah.
you could actually, you could. So we would very frequently on a Friday night, have everybody playing. What did we play? Quake.
Yeah, I know. I came over once, and we were all playing Quake.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was the thing. You guys.
I learned inverted mouse pointing, which gets me in trouble with other things. I still use it when I'm playing games, and they're like, anytime I've been playing a video game and we swap back and forth, they're like,
suddenly they're like, where is going?
They get one death because they're sitting there swapping those settings.
There is a YouTube channel, Viva La Dirt League, that they do a whole bunch of like videos making fun of gaming and geek culture. But they have one called Epic PC Man, and one of the episodes they did was someone trying out someone else's inverted controls, and it was just hilarious.
It doesn't really make sense, to be honest. I've even read, they've done a couple of studies on it, and I've read a couple of, because I've tried to go to normal, and what ends up happening invariably is I get frustrated because I die a few times when I know I wouldn't have, or I know I shouldn't have, and I'm like, screw it, I'm just going back to what I'm used to, what I know. And that, yeah, that's. But somebody told me once. Let's see, it's a difference between if you think of the control being at your eyes, so you go up or down, whereas if you think of it as the back of your head going.
Actually, I want to say that video I mentioned actually pretty much makes that analogy.
Of course, the problem with that is that most people who do inverted look only do it on the y-axis
and not the horizontal. Yeah.
They don't do the horizontal, so that kind of blows that theory. But still, I don't know. That's where I learned to do it, and it was basically because all of their profiles were set up for inverted mouse aim, and so I learned. I learned it from watching you.
No, I stick with standard. The only time I go inverted is when I'm piloting a aircraft of some sort or spacecraft. Right. That's when I have to have inverted. Because then it's like, you pull up on the stick.
That's right.
Yeah. Any other time, I'll stick with the regulars. Okay, so you talk about gaming started with like arcades and console, and that reminded me that like I was thinking about when did I get started in like say tabletop.
Yeah.
And I thought about this just yesterday. I realized I could trace it back to me enjoying Legend of Zelda on 8-bit Nintendo,
right?
And my older brother saying, "Oh yeah, that's kind of like Dungeons and Dragons," and then he wrote up a Dungeons and Dragons character sheet for Link.
Ah,
and
that's pretty cool.
I had heard of Dungeons and Dragons, but then I looked at that and I'm like, "Oh, that's neat," because I was like 9, maybe 10. I can't remember. Yeah. But and so that got me interested in Dungeons and Dragons. Then, of course, it was only a matter of time before I finally got a hold of some rule books. And
years later, you get a hold of a real rule book.
And then I made Joe play, and now all of our lives have been ruined ever since.
That's pretty cool, man. I think my older brother was not into it. So gaming is not his thing, not in the least. So, but I do think that there's a time-honored tradition of older sibling passing down Dungeons and Dragons, especially in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
I got my younger brother to play it for a while. He's familiar with it. It was never his thing, but he enjoyed, again, the social aspect. So, group of friends hanging out.
Yeah, and killing some orcs on the way.
Yeah, and it's not about the destination, it's about the orcs we kill along the way.
Yeah. The true friendship was in the orc head collection you brought home.
That's how you have the bonds of true friendship are forged in orc blood. But that was mine actually, unsurprising, I think, can be traced back to a scoutmaster. I think that's another not uncommon way of forming like your D&D ancestry.
Yeah.
And it wasn't directly. I was in Scouts back and forth in like Cub Scouts, but when it got into Boy Scouts, I didn't really join up. But a guy I knew, I was in middle school, and we had PE together. We were both in the band, but at that point, in middle school, you still have like 6th grade band, 7th grade band, 8th grade band.
Yeah.
So you're not in one big band. But he was in the band, and he's a year younger than me. And we had some sort of, we had PE together. And I'd had a conversation with one of my brother's friends who had been playing. And I'd also started reading the first sort of instance, the guy from PE had started giving me Dragonlance books, right?
Okay, yeah.
So I started reading the Dragonlance books and got into that pretty hardcore. And I was visiting my older brother at some point. Yeah, I think that was actually, I think I'm confusing the timeline. But started reading those. And then, of course, after he starts telling me about Dungeons and Dragons and how cool it is, step 2 is always convert your friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think I played one game where it was me and him. His name was Matthew Green. But I had one friend that had played before, and he came over, and it was interesting. We played Beneath the Twisted Towers. That was my first. That was Shadowdale.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You end up beneath the tower, and it's drow infested. So, my career started off killing nerfed drow.
I mean, if you're playing Forgotten Realms, you're pretty much going to kill the drow at some point.
Yeah, we'll get into that a little bit later if you want, because the drow thing is interesting. The way that they're redoing the races and moving forward.
I'm curious about it. We can talk about it more later, but yeah, I've recently created a character for 5e that was a drow. I guess the word is smuggler, human trafficker, refugee rescuer. It might be a better, more friendly term, because he was trying to get drow who were sick of Menzoberran out.
Yeah. Well, and that's it. Part of the problem was like the idea that all of a race is evil is kind of a weird idea.
It is. And that was the thing. Like back in the day when the industry and the genre was new, that we didn't question that because fantasy, evil races. But then it
was even Tolkien, right? I mean, the basis of all of this, you have an evil race. You have. And then even the elves that had been turned, it has a pretty, cut and dry. If you are a blah, you are good. If you are blah, you are evil. But yeah, I think I like the more nuanced approach because everybody wanted to play a drow, right?
Oh yeah,
everybody
wanted to be Dritz Durden.
Yeah.
Even though I never read any of those books, I'll freely admit that.
I'll be honest with you, we're ranging far, but it's interesting stuff. I read a bunch of those books, and they don't really hold up. It kind of gets irritating, like, between chapters, you get this weird philosophy according to Dritz, which is really just R.A. Salvatore telling you his personal philosophy through the mouthpiece of Dritz, and it's like fascinating in your high school, but if you I went off and studied philosophy. Like, wow, that's bunk. That is not a consistent viewpoint. And then, I remember thinking back in the day, I'm like, the way he describes action is so cool. It's so evocative. And then I started really paying attention to some of the things that were happening in the fights, and it's like, that's ridiculous. would be like trying to it'd be like watching kung fu on TBS in the 80s and 90s and trying to sell that as something serious.
I get you. Yeah.
Like, oh. But yeah, so there's those books. Yeah, going back, Beneath the Twisted Towers. I grabbed a couple of my friends. Michael Horton was one of my first converts. Still a good friend of mine to this day, and we started a gaming group. It also infested the band. Because of me and because of Matthew. When we got into high school, we were there, in the same group. So we would be talking about it, and there's kind of that profile of a gamer, right? They generally are interested in history. They've done martial arts before,
or at least say they have.
Yeah, at least claim a certain level of proficiency.
They are interested in it, at the very least.
That may be a better way to handle it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, then we infested the band, pulled in a bunch of other kids to play, put together a gaming group. And then in high school, and then college, of course, I ran into Joe and Benji in the ASMS crowd. We had a game there, and then post-college had another game. And actually, still play a game on Thursday, every other Thursday night with some friends. That kicked back up during COVID.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah. That was one of those, this is one of those moments, that got me through COVID, right? We gamed for a little while. It was every week because
everybody needed that. Yeah.
Yeah. So we gamed every week, and it was interesting. I brought my son, Alex. He was 12 at the beginning of that. I brought him into the gaming group. That way we would have 5 people, because invariably, the pain of, well, it was technically 6 people. There's 5 players. The pain. I mean, slaying a dragon is a lot easier than scheduling a game.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So we had Alex came along to be our 5th player. We actually played a 5e campaign from 1st to 20th level, which is the first time I had ever hit 20th level with a character. That was pretty cool.
That my sphincter just went.
Yeah,
it can happen. It can happen.
That first character, and it's hilarious. If anybody watches this later, they're going to start rolling their eyes, because in college I talked about this character a lot. And they're like, that character that I played, Beneath the Twisted Towers, was a ranger, and I actually played that guy all through high school up to 19th level. But that was 2nd edition, and if you recall how difficult it was to move between levels.
Yeah, the concept of milestone leveling was...
Yeah, that did not exist. It was straight up, And there were a couple of power levels in there that probably shouldn't have happened, but yeah, he was a really cool character. But I never got up to 20th level with that guy. So at this time I was playing. That was the only time I ever played a ranger. By the way, that's not a character class that I normally play.
Apparently, nobody plays rangers, and that's always my default.
I like rangers. This will get into Heroes Tiers a bit, but the Rangers in Heroes Tiers were a lot different, and it had everything to do with the way I like to play the game. Because, yeah, I almost always play Priest, to be honest. I'm a cleric guy. And I play clerics and skills characters. In 3.5, I played a lot of rogues. Yeah,
rogues started kind of got a little boost.
Well, this is game design philosophy stuff, but I love this stuff because for me it's the systems. I love tinkering with systems.
Mm-hmm.
But in 3.0, 3.5, they actually did something to, you had proficiencies, non-weapon and weapon proficiencies.
Right.
Weapon proficiencies mattered, non-weapon certainly did not. Outside of language skills, and I think there was was it the one everybody took, juggling?
Yeah, they tried to make it a skill system.
If you took juggling, you got a +1 with throwing.
Mm-hmm.
Which, okay, whatever. But yeah, they tried, but they didn't. It wasn't an integral part of the game.
Mm-mm.
But then in 3.0, because that was the actual. So 3.0 came along, and I loved what they had done to make skills a pertinent part of the game.
Yeah, they started accepting that, hey, maybe people are going to want to do stuff outside of the dungeon.
Yeah. Or, what if we actually, that small thing where we did thieves skills, and, what if we expanded on that? Because some of that stuff, man, like, as you progressed, your ability to use a magical device in second edition just never went up. It's like it capped at 5%. You had to have a 20 roll just to be able to get that. And even your stealth was like, it was okay until you found that Cloak of Elvenkind, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And then you get up to 75% here. You're much better. But it was interesting the way they did it. It was seriously plus minus because there's some gray area when it came to opposed rolls. And I remember fighting through some of that stuff, like the spot versus hidden. So if you're hiding, if you're trying to move silently, if you're trying to hide. But they had this thing, it was like you're supposed to do a check every 10 feet. Well, that's just statistics. Eventually you're going to fail.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the balance on that was supposed to be the distance from the viewer. I remember all these rules, but for every 10 feet away from the viewer you are, they're supposed to get a -1 to spot you. So it's really only like the couple of times when you're approaching fairly close that it's an opposed roll where it's even. But those rules got constantly ignored.
Yeah. I can't say I ever had it. No, I take that back. I did have one 3rd edition thief who he was playing a halfling thief because I didn't have Kinder in my game.
Kinder.
Yeah, and he intentionally gave himself kleptomania. And we just decided, okay, that's just going to mean that every so often I'm going to roll on your pickpocketing skill, and if you fail, and I mean, you don't know who you're pickpocketing, basically. I'm just going to pickpocket for you every so often. And I decided early on that every time he failed, it would just happen to be the captain of the town's guard.
That's fun. Disorders.
Camera, stop. Focus on me, camera.
Uh-oh. Focus.
Focus on the talent, camera. Right here.
Gotcha. That's the wood paneling.
Mm-hmm.
An excellent view.
It does not want to focus on me. There's my thumb. Look back. Follow my finger. Follow my finger back to me. Am I gonna have to lean up close?
There you go, bud.
Alright, I'm gonna adjust my lighting level. Maybe that'll help. And there we go. Yep. As soon as I adjust my lighting, it starts focusing again. Okay. Good boy, camera. You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
I don't think we don't have anybody watching at the moment. I don't think, but the
I will let this go up on pre-record later, or
my
view it on demand. I think it's called on demand.
Heroes Tears was a reaction to, it was a group of my friends in college. We really liked 3rd edition, but felt like it had some points of contention that just were really bad. And one of the things we hated were there were all these options for feats and skills and everything.
Yeah.
But the way they wrote it, every class was the same. You had very few chances for tailoring your character the way you wanted it to be. Now, in 3.5, they changed a lot of that.
They did, and I can remember a little bit of that.
But we were already down the road on doing a home game.
All right, well, so before we go jumping too far temporally, because we are here, we have advertised it. It is in the title of the stream. We do need to talk a little bit more about Dark Confrontation.
Yeah, let's go back.
So let's go back to...
Or forward. Or something, I don't know.
It might have been both.
It's both, yeah. From that era, from that time, yeah.
But we'll circle back, if nothing else. So Dark Confrontation, where...
Yeah.
When did you get sucked in? Because I think me and Joe, I think, like I said,
Joe have been doing it a lot longer.
I hesitate to say a lot. Because I think I played 1 year and didn't really play. I bought a character 1 year and didn't really play. I brought Joe with me the next year, and we both kind of played. And then the third year, for me, Joe's second year, is when we actually tried, and we actually had fun.
Mm-hmm.
And then it all gets fuzzy after that. And I think that's where you came in after that somewhere.
I'm not 100%. So I graduated from high school in 97. 98 was my freshman year. And again, didn't really know Joe. 99 would have been the first year that it seems possible that I would have gone. Right?
And that actually makes sense to me, because that was the year I did outdoor theater for the first year, and I could not go to DragonCon that year.
And I think for some reason my first year, you weren't there. I think.
Because I have distinct memories of hearing about the escapades of you guys in EFP and the Corridor of Death.
The Catacombs of Doom. Corridors of Death. Whatever you want to call them, but the downstairs basement part where we killed everybody. We had a particular room that we used. It was it was a phone bank. You remember how they used to put phone banks under stairs?
Yeah, a little closet under the stairs where they put all the phones.
So the rules on DarkCon were always a little fuzzy about movement in combat, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we would have two people block. They would be hiding around the corner, and when the person came in, they would come and block and start the confrontation. One of the most deadly things you could do in DarkCon was start a confrontation with, I believe, a surprise round might have been the words.
Yeah, because basically, I think you get all your attacks and they get no defense.
It was a very deadly game in the first place.
Oh, yeah.
Then, you add in basically a free round for the attacker, and it's over. And we did that a lot. I'm trying to remember. I don't actually recall which character I played. We had to start the game. So it was Benji Sawyer, Joe, and me. I think that was it. We were playing, and then there was this other group of, still young adults, but a little bit older. Another group of three. And they had the main characters from EFP. I cannot recall, like the leaders.
Oh yeah, the high-ranking named characters. Yeah,
we were the scrubs for sure. And they were playing as the leaders, and they were having a good time with it. But for some reason, something happened, and they decided that they were done. This, by the way, I'm just now remembering. That this was the year that Hades was running around. He had lost his dog.
Oh.
The old man with memory loss. It was Thomas Jenkins.
Right.
And it was
I remember hearing
with amnesia who only knew he had lost his dog, and his dog, of course, turned out to be Kerberos. So.
Yeah, I remember hearing the stories, but yeah, that was another one I wasn't there for. I'm like,
I was playing a mage that year, and that was not something I ever did again.
I had fun the one time I did it at Dark Weekends.
It was incredibly powerful if you happened to get the right spells.
Yeah.
And you didn't.
No.
You did not get the right spells.
I take it back. I probably have played a mage 2 or 3 times throughout the years I played DarkCon, but yeah, the only time I actually had an semi-enjoyable time was when I made friends with a merchant who had a lot of spell scrolls, and who was just like, "Oh yeah, here, you use that. You're my bodyguard. Use those." Okay.
Yeah, and I think that was there was an interesting sort of phase that happened in our first year. This wasn't the case, but I think within a few years, the merchants became almost like the movers and shakers in the game, right?
Well,
They were
yeah.
always kind of there, but they started like plotting on each other, and I don't know if it was written in or if it was just really good characters.
I think it might have been a little bit of both. I think because I do believe there were some merchant characters that were written to have some sort of conflict in their backgrounds, but then I think
Like the mage, the magic one, and the android guy,
didn't like each other. Yeah.
and sometimes they would start off with their crates swap.
Yeah, I think that was one big thing is that they would, and I don't know if it was necessarily, now that I think about it, actually written that they hated each other. They just started with each other's gear, and so sometimes it would be a blood battle for them to get their crate back, and sometimes it'd be like, oh, we got the wrong crate. Here you go.
Yeah, hand that to me. Not a big deal. Yeah. Then let's see.
And nobody wanted to mess with Omar.
Omar was. He quickly became the lifeblood of the economy.
Yeah.
I remember. We're gonna skip forward just a little while, but
it's Omar's world, and everyone else is just living in it.
well, when we ended up running the game, when we ended up owning the game, I remember asking Benji Hughes about how the economy worked, and he said, "I don't know. You got to go talk to John." You gotta go. And I'm like, "Oh."
John, who played Omar.
But, yeah.
Yeah. Go talk to this player character. He knows. He runs it.
He's the one that understands it. Because, I mean, he would do that. Like, there'd be a value on the card, but they got something never what it sold for.
Mm-mm.
That was the amount of money Omar would give you for it. Then he'd turn around and sell it for something completely different, and that sort of set the price in the game.
Yeah.
So that was first year EFP. And I'm trying to remember the first time we gamed together. Because you did play, I'm on top of my game just a little bit tonight, Bo Diddley. And I don't know, do you remember Bo Diddley? The lawyer?
No, you sure Bo Cocky?
Bo Cocky.
Yeah. Yeah, Bo Cocky, because there was very specifically, as soon as I realized that name, I started working up the slogans. I will get in the muck for you. I will take your load onto my shoulders. Not one of the best character names, especially for.
And I want to say my second year, so the first year you were there and I was there, I want to say you didn't play in our group. I want to say you were playing Bo Cocky and
the year when they did Change of Hearts.
Yeah, the cards.
Yeah, well, no, that was something else. But the one where it's
take the hearts out.
Yeah, you guys as Order of the Eye.
We were Order of the Eye that year for
which
sure.
Which annoyed me. I understand why they cast me as Bo and not one of the Order of the Eye members, but at the same time, I practically me and Joe practically created the Order of the Eye. Why am I not in that?
Yeah, you missed out on fun. Oh my god, that year.
I had fun. I mean, that was the other thing. I did have fun playing Bokaki. Every year I played Bokaki, I did have fun with it because he's a sleaze bag. I mean, anytime you get to play a sleaze bag, I have fun.
Well, there's some fun stuff you can do with lawyer abilities in the game.
Oh, what lawyer abilities?
Yeah. So
I forget what they were, but they were.
I think. Well, I mean, you could do binding contracts, right? Wasn't that part of it? You could create a contract.
I said I could.
Oh, that's probably one of those things. Then.
I think the actual ability. No, actually, now that I think about it, I can't say it was.
Did you have a rules lawyer ability?
It was some ability, but it wasn't what you would think it would be. I think it was. I think two. It might have been that I could do, like I could write contracts or something like that. I could be very wrong. I wish Benji was in the chat and could tell us.
Yeah, he would know.
But
if he pops up later, we'll have to ask.
Yeah, we'll have to ask if he shows up. But I remember it being an ability that basically helped me avoid combat. Like avoid combat.
It's probably true. Yeah.
But I'm not 100% sure on that. It could just very well be I just never got into a fight if I could help it, because I'm a lawyer.
No, there was a bit of that. Again, it was a deadly game, and you only got to be killed once or twice before you start avoiding it like the plague.
Mm-hmm.
Benji Sawyer and I got toasted my first year. This is actually pretty funny. It's because we got killed, and we were that year. Laura Holt was playing the Phoenix.
Ah, okay.
And the Phoenix's gimmick, for anybody playing along at home, is they turn from a good character to an evil character every time they resurrect, and vice versa.
Right.
So they have the power to resurrect if they have their egg. And she did. So she had the Phoenix egg.
Forgive my playing with my lighting again. My camera has decided it doesn't want to focus again. I'm just going to... As long as it can see me... Oh, well, that seemed to work. Okay. Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. So she resurrected Benji and then stormed off because she was pissed. And so I'm like, get my body.
What about me? What about me?
Please, dude. Eventually I did get resurrected. Which was even funnier because late game, like right before we started running the game, we actually found that playing the game as a ghost, if you had the Ankh, which allowed you to speak, the game wasn't really... I mean, there was a lot of mechanics in it. There was a lot of fun that you could have with the mechanics, but it was mostly a game designed around... It's almost a mystery, right? You're trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
And you can do that by talking to people, by interacting. You know, everybody's got a little crumb, and you got to pull all of it together to kind of get an idea of what's going on.
There was
and
always...
there are certain actions you can take. So you would be you'd kind of be left out of that if you were a ghost, but not really. So the afterlife was... I mean, you could still be around it. You weren't going to be... If you had to go kill something, you weren't going to be with the one killing it. Odds are.
Right.
And ghosts were... Actually, I think there was a spell you could use that would get rid of them.
Oh, yeah. There were quite a few ways I think you could easily banish ghosts.
So you didn't really want to get into a combat, because then you'd be permadead. But you could still play the game pretty well. I think there was... I swear there was one year that Joe got killed on the first day, and we just handed him an Ankh, and he set out in Malices and played the rest of the game.
Oh, yeah. Well,
he would send us... He was the leader of the group that year, or whatever it was. So he would send us out to go do the dirty work.
Go work for me, my minions. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That was EFP.
I realize now that we might have, while we were in control of it, we should have had a final, maybe not a final boss, but a challenge, a puzzle boss that could only be killed by ghosts.
That would have been really clever. Almost worth resurrecting the whole thing, John.
No.
No.
Not right now. Not right now. Maybe when all of us are retired and have time again.
Maybe.
That might be, but that's far, far.
Be a fun retirement hobby. But yeah, so that was EFP for sure. I played Paranormal Now 1 year, but that was later. That was actually after college.
I think I remember that year. Was that the year everybody was weird? Everybody was something different?
I think so. We didn't play as a group that year, I don't think.
Yeah.
Because I was playing as... That was, if I recall correctly, they decided, they being the ownership at the time, decided that we were a lot of strong players, and they didn't want us on the same team.
we were too powerful to be all concentrated in one place.
So they moved us around. They started moving us around. So I played Dennis Freislinger that year.
I think that was the year I played the werewolf police officer, the werewolf detective. Oh no, werehound detective. But I couldn't play because that was my last year of doing summer stock, and I couldn't make it until
You showed up like the last day.
halfway into the last day, and I was so tired because I had to drive like 12 hours to make it by that point that I got to the hotel room and I crashed until pretty much the wrap up on the following like Sunday or Monday. Like I literally didn't play. I got it. I walked in, grabbed my character, looked at the character sheet, and said, "Oh, okay, I'm going to take a nap."
And then 14 hours later.
24 hours later.
Yeah. I played. Oh, who is it? Occult Troubleshooters. So that was an interesting year too, because there had been a lot of bunny mugging, and so bunny mugging. I'm not sure who the audience here is, but new people getting killed for their stuff.
Yeah. The LARP equivalent of spawn camping.
You wait till somebody brand new showed up, you'd kill them, take their stuff, they'd go back. See, it was causing a problem from a functional standpoint. From, as you imagine, like selling the game is hard when your experienced characters are being jerks.
Yeah, and you can't get new people in, especially when they might, if they're somewhat familiar with LARPs, they might not understand that death isn't the end in Dark Confrontation. So as soon as they die, they're like, "Well, my game's over.
I'm done." And
I just paid.
It was not a cheap game to play because you were intended to play all weekend. So somebody who bought a character, got killed, and left felt really ripped off.
Yeah.
We also were starting to do training. Right at that point, we were if somebody was brand new, they would not get assigned. Assigned may be a strong word, but somebody who was more experienced would take them aside and give them the rundown of the rules.
Right.
I mean, you know the people who were new because they'd be over there with their character packet
and the rulebook open like.
Yeah. So it was
their cards all out on the table in front of them, showing their friends and comparing.
Yeah, and the scumbags are walking by reading their cards and let me help. Get to know what the system is.
Yeah, let me give you some advice here.
I was playing the number 2, the quartermaster for Occult Troubleshooter. But what they had done that year was they put together the Justice League, or the Justice League. It was the leader of several of the good organizations banded together to stop bunny mugging.
Right.
That was sort of a sort of weird meta, but not meta thing. And so Benji Sawyer was the lead. I cannot recall. Smythe, maybe? Jameson Smythe?
That sounds right.
Yeah, man, I had my V8 this morning, so I'm doing all right with the... I keep hearing the being of... But he was playing... Jameis, and he went off to do his thing, and I was running OTS. It was Jacob Salahi. He was a martial artist, and I tell you what, if you're gonna play a mundane, play a martial artist.
I don't consider them mundane.
I don't either.
Especially, because if you knew what you were doing and you had just the one piece of equipment you needed to trigger your martial arts.
Yep.
You could stand toe-to-toe with any creature.
Jacobs was a crossbow, an antique crossbow, and he started with it. Because he's also the quartermaster for OTS, so he started with all their gear. And so I had the crossbow, and I think the medicine wheel, which means you cannot be targeted by supernatural abilities.
Oh, yeah.
And one of his martial arts abilities allowed him to defend and attack at the same time.
Oh, because, in the game you could only attack or defend.
And if you weren't defending and you got hit, you had basically 50-50 shot of going on. Less than, I think, because it was every time you took damage, you had to flip a wound shot coin.
I think you could still, if you were wearing armor, you still got its base defense, but
that's true.
That was never great. It was never...
Yeah, and he had this, out of this world dexterity, so his defense was something around like a 14 coin defense. And you got that along with the 17 coin attack with the crossbow. And on top of all that, one of his special abilities is he could take whatever you had in your hand away.
Blink, 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 blink.
So I would very frequently be put, like when the bunny mugging was like at its peak, I would very frequently get called, come here now, and I would have to go over there, and my entire job was to walk up to the person that was killing people and take their weapon and walk off. It worked. That character was, honest to God, I mean, outside of the Order of the Eye stuff that got kind of wacky, just pure power outlay, that was probably the most powerful character I ever played.
Oh, yeah.
What about you? I don't think we've ever talked about this kind of thing. What was your, like, pure, like, combat ability? You didn't tend to play combat monsters, but what was your...
That's what I'm trying to think. I want to say the Werehound, because he was a police officer and a creature.
Yeah.
I believe he was also affiliated with the OTS, if I'm not mistaken, or Creature Convention, or technically, or both.
Could be both, yeah.
But again, because I played him for all of 5 minutes,
yeah,
I can't say for sure. I'm trying to think, who was the combat monkeyest character I had? Certainly wasn't Bo. Certainly wasn't the old man who wouldn't die. I intentionally asked for him to be like one stat in everything. Yeah. I wanted the weakest, most easily squishable character imaginable, just so that I would get squished and come back going, "Why didn't you kill me? You loser! You can't even kill me! Please kill me!"
The professional is a LARP troll.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I just wanted to troll that year. You guys were playing the ninjas. I wanted to be a troll.
Oh, the ninjas. Cyborg ninjas.
Let me see. I didn't get... Honestly, I think maybe...
Yeah.
My first year as Order of the Eye, when we all went as the men in khaki.
How often we actually played together, John? Because JT... I keep calling you John. I don't know, JT.
Hey, either works. It is my name.
Either way, but I know. I actually called you JT for most of the time. I don't know where this is coming from. Anyway,
most people have called me that.
We actually didn't play in the same group as frequently as I thought.
Well, let's see. We did 2 stints as Order of the Eye when we first kicked them off, and then the follow-up year after that, I think we did. I want to say we did, because that was the year of tarot cards, I believe. Was the second. The first one was the universe just blipped, and we recorded it and said, "All right, guys, we're out," and then went home.
We actually were about to leave with the World Egg.
Oh, yeah.
I think we took the World Egg, which they needed to reseed the world, to the judges' table, and we said, we would leave. We want to leave, but we understand that this is critical to the game. But by every character motivation, our world is dying.
We're trying
This
to...
is the resurrection. Yeah, this is the thing that you need to bring planets back. And it was like, can we just pretend like we left with this, but let's go over there and go back into Malice's and make sure that everybody's like, yeah, like some sort of weird moral victory.
Yeah, we accomplished our goals, but then we let them have it anyway.
The way we justified it is we weren't sure if it would really work.
Because it wasn't our World Egg. It was their World Egg.
Yeah. And we needed to see if it would work, like as an experiment, so we would know what to do back. So I think that's how we kind of...
Because I think our mission was to record the... Because we had misinterpreted the orders at first, even though it said, observe the destruction of this universe, and then report back. No, I don't think we caused it, but we were trying to stop it. We had the means. Yeah, we were developing the means to stop it, and then we went to the desk to talk to our commanders, and they're like, no. Yeah. We want the universe to end. We want to see how it happens. In fact, if you could speed it up. Oh.
They're like, oh.
Well.
So.
Okay. Well, that changes
That was
everything.
fascinating because we kept telling people we were neutral. That was when, and again, you had realized this well before, but the game plays on information.
Mm.
And so a lot of our abilities were information gathering abilities.
Yeah, that was because that was what the whole team was built around. Was me and Joe realizing that information is the lifeblood of this game. So why don't we make a team that is all about gathering information and, unlike the Men in Black, trading it.
Right. Yeah, we're actually kind of the opposite of the Men in Black in a lot of ways.
Eventually, that's what we realized. Like, yeah, we are the yin to the Men in Black's yang.
Which was hilarious because we ran around wearing the white shirts and khaki pants. And I remember, and the hat. It was a hat. It didn't matter what you. We all wore different hats, but you had to wear a hat.
I don't think on the first day. I think on our first day we did want all uniform. And so yeah, all white T-shirt or polo shirt. I can't remember if it was polo or T-shirt.
I was wearing a button-up short sleeve. But
Then I think that would have been me too. Then yeah. I think we all went for white polo shirts.
And I remember Benji. He was talking about how disturbing it was at DragonCon because nobody wore khakis at DragonCon.
Nobody looks normal at DragonCon. Nobody.
It was like, you guys actually stuck out so hard.
We looked like a group of Mormon missionaries.
It's pretty funny. So
at DragonCon,
they actually started calling us for a little while. We were the men in khakis.
Mm-hmm. And the people weren't sure what that meant. I think I remember some people saying, "Yeah, we thought maybe the Men in Black got a new shtick or something. We don't know. We didn't know what you guys were."
Nope. Oh.
And I think that was Joe's idea, and that was a genius idea because he was right. We were trying to blend in, so we picked the most generic clothing we could think of at the wrong place to have a generic outfit.
It was completely legitimately wrong. So we sold all the information that year. We made a pretty penny from La Costa Nostra.
Oh God, yeah, I remember that meeting. I was like, okay, are we going to trade some stuff? We're going to make some, and then they're like, well, we want all of it.
We want all of it, and they had a ton of money.
So how much money you got? Yeah. Let's make a deal.
Yeah, exactly. We have notebooks full of information, so sit down.
Get your notebook.
Yeah.
Start.
That was fun. It was, man. It was a good year. That was a lot of fun. We played that one covert, but I think and again, it was horribly unfortunate that you didn't play the Change of Heart.
I would have loved. Well, the thing was, they did kind of let me stay in the Order of the Eye, in the sense that I was the EFP contact for the Order of the Eye. So I wasn't an Einronstein.
Oh yeah.
Whatever the portmanteau of the Gumby, the squished Gumby. I wasn't a squished Gumby, but I was loosely affiliated with the Order, which makes sense. Bo's a scumbag. He'll play both sides. Well, he'll sell the EFP secrets to anybody who pays him money. So of course
that was it. I mean, because we used you, and I get it was the leader, Jameson Smythe, on the other side.
Actually,
that doesn't sound right.
No, it was. I can't remember the character, and I feel bad because I'm blanking on the player's name, and I know his name because he's a cool guy.
That was Thomas Weeks. Pretty sure. No.
No, I don't remember.
Playing the leader of OTS that year.
Oh yeah, that year, yes. Yeah, I think
that was Thomas Weeks. No. Aaron.
Aaron was the other contact on the OTS side.
Yes, Aaron. What was Aaron's last name? He's gonna bust up our PG rating. He called himself, and everyone called him Asshole Aaron. That was his own nickname.
Yeah.
What was his name?
I gotta move my camera. I'm a little off center again.
Anyway. Because that was a lot of fun, because what we did was we brought in both groups to a peaceful meeting, convinced each group that we were stripping the other group of their weapons so that it would be a slaughter. And then because we were in a convention center, they had the accordion walls blocked off. So it was perfect. We went through and had them set up, and it was a big group both ways. And this was all plot. We were supposed to do this. And we were kind of sort of being set up as the bad guys in this one.
Right.
And or I should say, bad guys is a weird way to say it, because in DarkCon it's whatever, but
the primary antagonistic force.
There you go. Yeah, okay. The existential threat. The primary, yes. And we pulled the accordions back, and both of them were like, "Freeze confrontation!" at the same time, and it was like,
no, actually, I think I remember that differently.
Oh, do you?
For one thing, I was the contact on the EFP side, so, and I'm one of the creators of the OTS, or OTE. So when you guys are coming to me saying, "All right, so we're going to help you take out the OTS," immediately my little brain's going ding 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 ding. Warning! This is not correct.
Supposed to be neutral. Yeah.
This is not how this group is usually played. This is not how you made them. What's going? But I'm like, but I get it. I go, well, okay, well, Bo doesn't know this, and so Bo will go along with this because Bo will benefit from this. And Bo set up this ambush, and thinking, all right. And then as you guys were sitting there waiting to open the accordion, we're all sitting looking at each other and going, this is taking a little bit longer than it should. Because I guess there were the mechanical difficulties with the accordion wall or whatever. But we're like, I think Patrick and John were in the FP as well as Greg. Rest in peace.
Yeah, they were.
And Andrea and I think that crew. I think they were in the FP that year. I'm not sure of that.
I don't recall.
But I think
I knew it was.
But I think I have memories of leaning into a huddle, going, "Are we being played? Are they going to do to us what we think we're going to do to them?"
I don't think that was. I think it was Jerry and.
It might have been.
Facebook friend.
Yeah, it's like I'm looking over at Facebook going, "Where's my friends list?"
Gosh, this is killing me. It's Jerry Gratham is they're married now.
Yeah, I just saw a post from her husband earlier.
It feels so bad because
and it's one of those things. Is like it's when you want to recall information that you can't.
Right.
If you weren't trying to remember it, you would remember it.
Exactly. And I feel so bad because I'm not the type of person who can just like, okay, yeah, never mind. I'm gonna have to scroll through here, and when I see him, I'm gonna be irritated because.
But. I'll just talk over it then. But
yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
but yeah, that was. I remember that situation was like as you guys were working to get the accordion wall opening, we're all kind of leaning, going, "We're about to get." Okay, we're an hour in. We're about to get fucked, aren't we? This is all a trap on us, isn't it? It couldn't turn out to be a trap on both of us, but
not exactly. Not exactly. There's Patrick Baldwin. There's Ricky Potash. Ricky's a cool guy.
I think he got to play the only Doctor Who character we've had.
Dave, see, that's Joseph Colton, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yeah, no, actually, it's pretty interesting just scrolling through my Facebook feed. It's like, oh, yeah, I remember Aaron Schwartz played that year. And hard to remember all of it, of course. But, yeah, that was a special, because of course, in that one, owning someone's heart gave you their power was linked to it.
Right, their ability.
We were running around with but the funny thing is that we like snagged all these power centers basically, and didn't want any of them because the Order had a particular blend. I don't even remember what their power was, but it worked with their equipment. Like I think you were maybe immune to stun or something like that, and we had stun grenades.
The big thing, I think the big thing was that they were not damaged by gamma radiation; they were healed by it. Specifically because the Men in Black, their weapons used gamma radiation to do damage and to ignore armor. And so, yeah, that was in there to make sure that if we ever got in a fight with the Men in Black, they couldn't use their fancy toys. They had to use conventional weaponry.
We weren't.
But yeah, I think there were a few other things thrown in there to make them alien.
We stunned. We never really tried to kill him.
Oh, because I remember, because we wanted them to have something similar to the Men in Black's neuralizer that would like stun everyone in a group at once.
So it's Kyle Grant.
There we go.
Yeah. I think I'm on that.
But there we go. Mystery solved. Sorry, Kyle. But yeah, I think we also had an ability or an item that was a stun grenade that worked on everybody but other Gumbies.
I think what it was is it actually ignored wound. Even if you were immune to wound shock, it worked.
Yeah, it would. I think it caused you to go unconscious despite wound, or it made you flip wound shock no matter your normal rules for wound shock.
Aaron McComb. That's his last name. Anyway, found him. But yeah, that was a fun year. Like we collected a bunch of hearts, and then we're like, we don't need any of these. We don't want them. So it was the heart itself, which you seem to be. I'm remembering like the people and the things that happened, but frankly, I'm struggling a little bit with like remembering what the plot lines were. So I don't recall what change of heart. I know the hearts were important.
I can faintly remember that it was I think the plot line was a god had messed with Earth's history, and that the two groups, the Order of the Evil for Fun and Profit and the Occult Troubleshooters, were supposed to be of opposite alignments. That the people of the EFP was supposed to be the good team, and the OTS was supposed to be the evil team.
Okay.
But he had done some meddling in the past, and so butterfly effect, they got reversed, and so the Order of the Eye was contracted by some other entity to come in and weigh all the hearts and analyze them and judge how much he had messed things up. And so
like a Horus thing, right?
Yeah. I remember
the Egyptian god of death weighing hearts.
Yeah, I remember that.
And who was playing? That was Adam? No, that was Tarot Year. Adam was Tower. And
yeah. Yeah, he was the one we worked with to screw everyone over in that year.
It was fun that way. Like the robot ninjas, that year sort of stagnated. I remember that was supposed to be magic versus technology.
Yeah, and I think the player. I don't know, because that was the year I was just trolling as the old man who couldn't die. So I barely paid attention to plot that year. I was too busy getting myself killed and then turn into Vittles, and then coming back and then getting killed and turn into Vittles.
Part of the problem, I think you might have actually jumped over to play. Part of the problem was we were supposed to have a foil group. It was supposed to be robot ninjas versus
zombie pirates.
Remember, there was that pirates versus ninja thing online that year, and we were supposed to have ghost pirates versus robot ninjas but the ghost pirates didn't get cast, or they got cast several times. I don't remember what it was.
They just never showed. I think the characters might have gone out, but the players didn't play, because I think they were all new.
Yeah, and that was kind of supposed to be. It wasn't like the central focus, of course, because that's not how you write those.
Mm-mm.
But it was like one of the things that's supposed to push action. And I think I could swear like somebody jumped in and played the pirate ghost for a minute. If it wasn't you, It might have been.
I think I did, actually, because I think on the last day, I became a cricket, I guess because Benji and the rest were tired of me trolling. So they had me become a cricket, which is apparently related to the Greek myth the character was based off of. A man who just grew so old and wrinkly he became a cricket. Okay.
Okay.
But now that I was a cricket and no longer immortal, I could die. So I got killed. And then, I think this character cannot come back again unless he wants to come back as a ghost. I'm like, no, I'm fine. He's achieved his goal. He has died. He will be happy. He doesn't want to come back. So then, I think they handed me one of the zombie pirates. And so, I think I had all of 2-3 hours.
And we fought. And you actually were one of the very few people. And I don't know. I don't think it was inside baseball. I think it was just... No, Thomas was on Thomas Jenkins was on our team. Mm-hmm. He was actually the fourth ninja. So it certainly wasn't him. But you had somebody else with you. I mean, I think you guys had asked if I wanted to do it, but I had already, by the time you guys had come up with the idea of the ninjas, or had been, I don't even know if you guys... We got cast that year. Yeah, was not, we got cast.
So I had already decided I wanted to be the old man who couldn't.
That was actually at the time when we stopped having a lot of control over what we played there for a little while.
Yeah.
Because we would get cast as... and that's the way you do. We certainly did that when we started running the game. The things you need, you start giving to your players who've got history because they're going to be there and they're going to play. Because too many times you have the thing that you had with the zombie pirates is they just didn't show up or they played for a little while and then left.
Yeah, because we learned.
Started kicking our butts. We ended up winning the fight, but you were the only ones that took initiative away from us because we had this thing where if we got the drop on you, we could kick your butt. The second thing was we had to be up close. So you called the confrontation and you called it from distance and just started hammering us. And it took us a little while to get close enough. And once we got close enough, it was...
And to be fair, a little bit of that was meta because I had been seeing you guys play all weekend long and I was rooming with at least half of you.
Yeah, exactly.
So you guys were showing me your cards.
Yeah, sure.
And I was
it actually that was a heck of a fight. At that point, to push the plot line.
There you go. There's the answer to that question. That was probably my most combat monkeyest character.
Probably. It was a big deal.
The zombie pirate.
The blunderbuss you were wielding was
that thing was nasty.
pretty crazy. And I think you had some special abilities with it or something.
I mean, these were two teams made to fight each other on equal footing.
Yeah.
And it's just the fact that you guys hadn't had them around as a counter all weekend long that...
And frankly, the only reason why I think it worked out for us is because we had been playing all weekend and gathering equipment. So... And
also, I was by myself.
I thought you had somebody with you.
I had a few buddies, but not other zombie pirates.
Okay,
I was the only zombie pirate.
Because I could swear there was somebody else in the confrontation, but
actually, now that you mentioned that, and there might have been one more who another character who,
and it might have been one of the bunnies who didn't have a group, so they gave you and wanted to play, so they gave you the main pirate so that he could have somebody to go around with.
I want to say I had another experienced player, although, again, this was like the tail end of a year where my brain just kind of went on troll mode. I didn't even remember playing the zombie pirate until you mentioned it.
You certainly did that. I remember that,
because all of my memories.
I remember that happening. I just had to untangle, through the fog cloud. I had to remember that you weren't part of the initial group. Actually, I guess it was Benji Sawyer was the third because there were four of us. No, it was me and Joe. And it was hilarious because we were trolling someone else. They gave us, our names were written in Leet speak.
I remember that, yep.
And they were impressionist artists. And it was... And Brian, not Alexander, Smitty, really proud of those names, and then we never used them.
No.
Because somebody introduced themselves as Grandmaster Black, who was a martial artist.
Yeah, and I think you all just kind of riffed on.
We called him Grandmaster Mr. Black. And then one of us was Grandmaster Mr. Black. Grandmaster
Mr. Black.
Grandmaster Mr. Black. Grandmaster Mr. Black. Just the emphasis.
You got to put the right emphasis on the right syllable.
Yeah, or else it comes off as a mess. And that was actually, that was kind of funny. There was another long-term player that we were messing with. I can't recall his name at the moment, but it was pretty funny.
If it was Thomas, it'd be funny.
It wasn't Thomas. Thomas was on our team that year. He was actually one of the ninjas.
Oh, that's not nearly as funny.
But it seems like the kind of thing we would do to...
Yeah.
He was such a good sport about all that. He didn't take it laying down.
See, now you've said that, though, I have my image in my head of Thomas in the ninja gear with the balaclava face revealed in it, just being Thomas.
I lost mine the first day. I set it down somewhere I'd been drinking.
Yeah, attempted to happen.
I was so upset because those were not cheap costumes. I actually still have that somewhere. That costume. My boy wore it for Halloween one year. Or part of it. But yeah, that was a wild year. And so yeah, we declared war on all magic users and creatures. We were like, and creatures, because there weren't enough magic users to make that work.
True, yeah, but you guys were technically, well, you were cyborgs, but...
We were, because that year it was all about the dot on your car. So basically it was anybody with the magic dot, and so creatures had the magic dot. We were technology driven. So it's like us, and I think Men in Black had the dot, the tech dot, but they were playing neutral that year. They were trying to do their, we're not really involved.
We're just here to keep things under control.
It was a weird stalemate that year. I mean, it was just kind of like.
And I think a part of it was also player engagement wasn't quite what they had hoped, and because I remember them having to institute it was supposed to be magic versus technology, and I guess because things weren't quite working out, they had to do a Clarksian I remember it's called paradigm shift.
That's what.
And so it was like the reality would shift between a magical focused universe and a technology, and depending on the dot, you got bonuses if the universe was allied to your paradigm. And then they had to institute one where both were together, so everybody got bonuses and nerfs and
sufficiently
trying to get people to engage in the story.
Yeah, and for anybody who might watch this down the road, the whole concept, when you're writing the stories, you come up with a core concept and you run with it. And then you see how many different ways it can play out. You actually seed a bunch of different options. But that was the central premise of that one, was sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Yeah.
The Clarksian paradox. So that's what they were playing with, was the idea that I don't know that they were actually playing with the convergence. I think it was supposed to be.
I think that was something that came in because nobody was engaging with the plot as was, and so they had to find a way to try and grab people's attention and get them to engage in this mechanic, and that's where because I remember it was very kind of slapdash, and it showed up on the second day. Yeah, well, because we plot out these storylines, we come up with these plots, they never ever execute the way you think. Even if you've come up with 5 different possible ways it could execute, the players will find 6, 7, and 8.
So I will go ahead, because we've been very careful to talk mostly about the time that we played. But I'll skip a little bit forward and talk about one of our end games when we were owners that just went. It turned out to be cool, but it went horribly, horribly awry.
Oh yeah, which one?
Yeah,
I remember a few.
I think famously, Arai, you played the Angel of Death with the blood running out of your eyes.
Nemesis from
Nemesis.
Greek myth, yeah. Who's
So
supposed to be a woman, but
yeah, whatever.
I'm a Shakespearean actor.
The entire time, I've played several women. It's not a big deal.
I played Shakespeare before. I can do this.
Here.
I still like the costume. It was great.
It was a great costume.
It was the best ad hoc. Just grab what I can find and throw it together.
Because the main plot was supposed to be a secret plot that got exposed, and it never got exposed. At the end, the actual main bad guy that showed up and they fought and they loved the mechanic of was the giant Procyon robot that came and sat down in the middle of the foyer, and it was 3 stories tall. So they had running combats on 3 different levels.
That was not the plan, though.
No. That's my point.
Yeah.
This was a famously screwed up end game.
Like that was developed 2 hours before it was executed?
Absolutely.
Like started planning it 2 hours before we had to execute it.
That was not I want to say that was maybe our second year. The reason I think that is because in our first year, and this is actually one of the most proud gaming moments I have as far as mechanics go, like as an owner, a creator, a rules kind of person.
Mm-hmm.
We were working up the end game, and I honestly cannot recall if this was our first year as owners. I feel like there might have been a transition year where we were on staff, but weren't.
There was one year we were on staff before we became owners. That was the year the Devils and the Puppet, the Punch and Judy plot.
So I think this might have been that year, actually. So I think it was the transition year. I always loved and hated the end game. Because up until a certain point, I was never powerful enough to be involved. And because of the mob rules, it was never valuable for everyone to be involved. So at some point, you got a room, and at that time we had a lot of people still playing DarkCon. So you'd have like a ton of people in a room, most of whom can't do anything. They're just basically there to watch the end game.
And take up ref time.
Yes. I remember that from early on, like the fight with Kerberos and Hades at the end of that first game. They split it in 2. Some people fought Kerberos, some people fought Hades, but it was still like 30 people on 2.
Yeah.
You know, and it didn't, or 30 people on each one, because back then it was over 100 players, and you know. So during the end game on Punch and Judy, I said, why don't we do this? And I think my inspiration was, I want to say it was one of the Final Fantasy VII, maybe, where you basically had groups playing different aspects. It's like
I can remember. Actually, I remember hearing that reference
mini
now.
Bosses. Let's do mini bosses and then a big bind up at the end. That way, everyone can be involved in the fight in some way.
Because I can remember now seeing, like, there's one point where you're fighting the left arm, and there's another part where you're fighting the right arm, and then there's the crew.
If you hadn't bothered, and what happened to me is, and this is actually part of why I thought about this, because the power dynamics in DarkCon are so weird. Like, it is such a tactical game that, like, a werewolf's going to kill any number of humans unless one of them has werewolf bane.
Right.
In which point that person's going to stomp the werewolf. Werewolf is so much more powerful, but if you know the right thing and you've prepared for it, you can kill that werewolf with a knife and werewolf bane.
Yeah, it was very much a strategy and like knowing how to fight, knowing what rules, weapons and armor use, and then if you know what your opponent is, you
can win.
You might have to spend some time collecting gear and prepping, but you can take them.
Yeah, that year, so the part about the Sephiroth fight in Final Fantasy VII was, I had my group of people that I liked to play with. You had a cast of 12, I think, of playable characters.
I think maybe 9.
And maybe 9.
In 7, I think it was.
Excuse me. And the point being,
if you unlocked everybody, I think it was 9.
Like the cat that was riding the thing. I never played that guy. So at the end, where you have to depend on your second line and third line characters to lift their share, it got hairy. Like it got difficult to win because like my main group sitting at the front was like kicking
butt, but yeah.
But those 2 flanks, I'm like, maybe
your B and C team are like, we didn't get as much love as the main team.
Stages in that Sephiroth fight too, and so I thought about that, and it's like, well, why don't we do something like that so more people can be involved? And that actually kind of changed once we owned it outright, we never went back to the like. Nemesis was probably the closest because Nemesis was a big bad.
She wasn't the end boss. She was just. She was there to basically specifically get Thomas in gear and get the players. It was a motivation monster, as we call it, as I've begun calling them, is to light a fire under the players' butts and say, all right, you guys can't just ignore the plot forever.
Yeah, this is happening. Get a move on. I think the irony, I think I still have the wings that you wore. Those I had always wanted to play Upton. Never got a chance. Never did. And I actually bought those angel wings, the black angel wings, because I wanted to play Upton one year. Upton
no good. The devil.
Yeah. I always wanted to play. Gabriel would have been cool. I'd have been alright with that, but I don't know. I always wanted to play Upton, and I had a costume for it, and that I'd built, but it never worked out.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that year with the Procyon robot that one was that was an interesting end game, and I think a lot of people enjoyed that end game, but it was
stressful on us because we had no idea if it was going to work.
Frankly, like my bro had come up with some sort of system for tracking something, and I never understood it. Like I was just like, fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
It was somebody understood it. I was lucky enough to not actually have to ref a fight directly at that point because I had spent all morning building the costumes and props for that robot. So I guess
I was upstairs. Yeah, I was upstairs in the one of the, and I had Patrick Baldwin was with me, and he was playing what was his wrestler superhero?
Yeah. Oh, not Manolith. I want to say Manolith.
And he had this entire game.
I think that might have been the first year he played him as well.
Maybe. He had a pet sheep. And I do not recall what the deal was with that pet sheep. But somehow, something happened in my fight up there with my part of the robot that he decided the only way to damage the robot was with his sheep. And so he beat his sheep to death. And he's like crying and shouting out the sheep's name, and he just keeps beating the robot with the sheep body.
That might have just been Patrick being Patrick.
No, I'm 100%, because that character had like a 0 intelligence or something.
That was the point. Yeah, he was not bright.
Playing it, and somehow he came to the conclusion that that's what was supposed to happen.
Yeah, I think the character's concept was he was, a magical luchador wrestler who had this magical suit, and it made him like near indestructible. And in my head canon, it was always, he could take the suit off any time he wanted. He's just too dumb to work the zipper.
Actually, and I'm now remembering, because when you said earlier that they were playing EFP, I now remember Greg playing the vampire. I don't remember his name.
I can't remember the character's name either.
And they came in costume.
But it was a classic, like what you would expect from an old vampire written in the 90s.
Yeah. And Patrick was the creature, and he ran around wearing the chains.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was John was Wolf the Wolfman.
I believe, yeah.
Matthews is. So, well, good times.
And Andrea was always the vampire's bride.
Right. Yeah. Oh. That's a bit of a flashback. It's starting to. It's easy enough to remember, or it comes to me fairly easily what we did, what I did.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's kind of a much more interesting layer to start thinking about.
What was going on around me?
Yeah, like, Thomas Jenkins always stands out, right? He was, and kind of going through. Okay, well, when I was playing this, what was Thomas doing?
Probably running around naked.
Yeah,
that's what we want to say, because he did it. A lot of years until it got old, and then I think he finally put his foot down and said, "No, I'm not going to get naked this year."
A few more years. Benji Sawyer was "I am completely naked man" for a long time.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, and I think when I think beyond that into the future, I think further final bosses. I think we did come back to like singular final bosses. I think maybe after you departed, but I think they were always more puzzle based at that point. They weren't direct fights. I think the
game had kind of shrank a bit too.
And yeah, it was easier to do a fight with all the players at the end.
Well, and the mob rules I think had been changed. Maybe.
Or we ignored them for boss fights. Because the idea being that these were giant freaking abominations from beyond.
Get everything in, yeah. Yeah, I hate that I missed the last year. I felt so bad about that, but frankly, I had trouble. I didn't feel like I should come back. I'd had kids. Everybody understood why I departed. I don't think there was any hard feelings about it, but I remember Benji Sawyer was trying real hard to get me to come to the last game, and he's like, "Go play." I'm like, "I'm not going to go play a game that I'm supposed to own and run. I can't do that." And he's like, "Well," and I was like, "I have small kids. I don't have the time to help them build this game."
Yeah, that was the thing. Like by that point, I'd already had my first son. Well, my only son, but my first child.
Mm-hmm.
And he was about a year old at that point. And so, yeah, that's why that year I built the props. I built the set pieces. I didn't show up. I showed up the Thursday to drop them all off. And I didn't show up again until Saturday night to actually help.
And at that point, Mike and Ruby had really taken a lot of the weight, and it's not meant to be an excuse by any. I mean, I had life events and I had small children. I had to do what I had to do. But I think the game was still in good hands. I don't think it was like I abandoned a bad situation.
No, it was you had your life events, and a few years later, me and everyone else all had our life events all at the same time.
Yeah, it was just slightly ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was rough. I really wanted to go, and what I should have done in retrospect was just go show up, not play, but just be there for the last fight, the last checkout.
Yeah,
I think that would have been appropriate, but at the time, I just couldn't conceive of the right way to do it, and I just didn't want to. I certainly couldn't play the game. And Benji Sawyer wanted me to play so badly. I'm like, I cannot do that. That would be wrong on many levels, and nobody would believe that I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't think any of us would have, at first blush, stopped you. And if you had come up and said, "Hey, can I play this year?" Because we knew you didn't do anything. Yeah. Like, we knew you didn't know anything, but. Yeah, if it had been, I guess it wouldn't matter if you had shown up the day of and say, "Hey, can I play?" We would have gone, probably yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe Benji Hughes would have maybe been the voice of reason to say maybe he shouldn't, because he's usually the one who's more in tune with that.
Well, because it would have given off the wrong. it's not that I
Vibe,
knew anything, and I couldn't, but it would have given the wrong impression. There would have been bad optics.
It's like when John Walton and Mark first sold to Benji and crew and Brian and crew, but then the next year John played, and it was kind of like there was just
that was I don't know if that was my first year, but John was still running around my first year. He played the Great White Hunter, and he was being a real, like, he was cheating.
Yeah, I think that went on for like.
It was perceived that he was cheating. I don't want to get too rough here.
I want to say that. Yeah, I know he did it the year you played, and I think he came back the next. I think he did it for like 2 years, and then they finally said, no, "John, you just can't play anymore."
And again, I don't know if he was cheating, but it was at least perception.
It felt like it, yeah.
Perceived that he was cheating, like it felt like, and part of it was I think that he still had enough players that remembered him fondly that they would tell him things you wouldn't tell somebody who was just playing the game. They would give him favorable deals on stuff. He also knew every card in the game, so he would go collect the thing that would make him nigh invincible.
Right. He knew exactly what to find where, and yeah.
That was so when my group, when the leadership of EFP, so the creature, the vampire, and the bride, decided to check out that year, they did a suicide run on the Great White Hunter.
Ah, okay.
And he had a health crystal.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember, and this is one of the reasons why it's kind of perceived that he convinced them that the health crystal, if he got down to 1 hit point, because you can't lose, he basically convinced them that with that item he was immortal.
Yeah, and I don't think that was quite the way it was meant to be. I think it was meant to be if you had an ability or a spell or something that cost a health dot.
Yes.
You didn't have to pay it.
Yes. That's how that was supposed to be, for a mage to use their spells without taking damage.
Right.
But he convinced, and again, so I don't think that's how that card was written. I don't think, but he convinced this group of 3 or 4 people who'd been playing most of the weekend, and then he killed them. Basically, he talked them out of fighting. Well, he allowed them to fight, but then, well, again, I'm trying to be careful, but cheated. Used a card.
At the very least, that was the common perception, which is not good when the common perception amongst a player base is that one of the former owners and developers is cheating in their own game, even if they're not actively running it anymore.
Yeah, it's bad optic. It's a bad experience. You don't want that, and so I'd had that bad taste in my mouth from my beginnings. So it was not. And we ran through some other we had to ban several people throughout the years, and I was the voice on at least one of them, trying to get somebody unbanned, and it did happen, and it didn't. I was wrong.
Yeah, that happened.
Bad idea.
Yeah, sometimes, because sometimes the people who needed the ban were the people who were the most friendly and the most able to con.
That was so. And I don't want to say names, of course.
Well, real quick, because I'm noticing it's already 7:35. Let's take a quick break so we can go pee. I can refill my tea.
Sure.
So let's take a quick...
5 or 10, what's quick?
Let's go 15. Let's come back around 7:50. I have advertisements I can run. So I will run some advertisements in the background.
Do I need to do anything on my side? I've never.
No, I will mute you when I start running the ads.
Perfect. All right, see you.
And I will text you when I'm ready to start back up.
Beautiful. All right, man.
All right. Let me see. How do I mute you?
I'm gonna hit mute on my side.
You do that. You do that as well. Yeah.
62 kids like me enter a CMN hospital every minute.
My name is Sean Gorey. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, and I want to change kids' health in University Hospitals, Rainbow, Babies, and Children's, because I was treated there as a kid, and this is my way of giving back.
Kids can't wait.
To change kids' health means to fundraise by playing video games or tabletop games for these kids that are like not having the best time of their lives right now. They're having to fight scary diseases, scary illnesses, some of them more rare than others, and we just do everything we can to help fundraise.
What's up, Extra Life? I'm so inspired to hear about all you're doing to help sick and injured kids treated in your local community, and the fact that you guys are playing games to help these kids is it's amazing on many levels. It's fun, but it's also making such a huge impact. So congrats on the millions of dollars raised today, and good luck with the rest of game day. And break a leg. Do you say break a leg when you're playing games? Probably not. That's more of an actor thing. Okay, just have fun.
My name's Eric Sears. I live in Ottawa and I'm treated at CHIA for type 1 diabetes. My favorite part of my children's hospital is the doctors, nurses, and educators. When I show up to my checkups, I get high fives and hugs, and they're so supportive. They're just awesome. Did you know that 62 kids like me enter a CMN hospital every minute? That's a lot of kids that need help. Join Extra Life to help kids like me.
My name is Defy, and I'm from the east coast of Canada, and I want to change kids' health at the IWK Children's Hospital because as a father myself, I know they're always going to be there for me if and when I need them.
Kids like me enter a CMN hospital every year. For me, I entered my children's hospital when I was 9 years old for my miracle story. Happy to report that my health is on the up, and it's all because of gamers like you.
My name is Tara. I stream on Twitch, and I did Extra Life last year, and I raised $5,000 for Children's Hospital of Omaha. I wanted to raise it for people that couldn't afford to go there, because I know not everybody can afford to go to a hospital, especially if something comes up like randomly.
So my why to help kids' health at KU Pediatrics is because of my cousin Teague. She has been battling cancer for a few years now, and she's 6, and I just can't wait till she becomes this amazing, incredible individual as an adult and has gone through that thanks to the support of people like you.
What are you doing?
Mom, go get my toy. What's that going on the block in the hallway?
Got your shades on.
He even has like a peach wave in his hair.
I know. You are so freaking silly, dude.
To the Extra Life community, thank you so much for helping kids like me treated at the IWK Health Center and CMN hospitals.
Since 2008, Extra Lifers have raised millions of dollars to help kids treated at 170 children's hospitals in the U.S. and Canada. Those funds go directly to the hospital.
This is my 7th year, so about 7 years ago, he was like, "Oh, you should do this. The good cause, play games for 24 hours," and that's pretty much like the first time I ever streamed my entire life, and I was only doing it for Extra Life. But also, like, I've gone to Seattle Children's Hospital when I was in high school. When I did Extra Life, I chose to support Seattle Children's because of how great they are. They're really good to the kids.
Let's raise a lot of money for Blair Batson!
My favorite part of my children's hospital is the amazing staff that work there.
Hi there, time for Extra Life again? Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously?
Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. Extra Lifers around the world have raised more than $100 million since 2008, and all because of people like you.
So what are you waiting for? Donate to Extra Life to help kids like me.
What would you say to someone that hasn't registered for Extra Life yet?
Why not?
Why not? If you're gonna play games, you might as well do it for a good cause. Like, how could you not?
I'm not really sure what else there is to say other than it's a great privilege to raise money through Extra Life.
So, come and join us.
When I was 10, I was hit and ran over by a car. I suffered a traumatic brain injury, a ruptured spleen, a broken tibia, a broken clavicle, and multiple skin graftings. For the traumatic brain injury, it affects my frontal temporal lobe. So that's depression, anxiety, emotion, all of my emotions. A lot of people think that mental health isn't really such a big deal and, oh, you have mental problems, like, go to therapy, you'll be fine. But even when you go to therapy, I mean, you can't live in your therapist's office. You have to go through daily life. You have to see other people. You have to be around everybody. A lot of different things in my life have gotten better because of the car accident. It's made me a stronger person, and I don't believe old Alexis would have, I mean, she was great and all, but this Alexis, I love her better. If you give donations to Children's Miracle Network, it's not about the money, it's about the love, and it's about the life that you're saving, so that that person can have love as well.
I realized that I was different, that I was not like other kids. I had to get poked a whole lot. With diamond black vein anemia, there is only one cure, the bone marrow transplant. Finally found my match after 9 years of looking. I had finally been saved. Every single time that I've had a poke, prod, procedure, I've gotten a special bead. At the end of the day, you're raising money for kids like me so that we can play games and live a better life. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I just would like to encourage you all to come back again.
"62 kids like me enter a CMN hospital every minute."
My name is Sean Gorey. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, and I want to change kids' health in University Hospital's Rainbow, Babies, and Children's because I was treated there as a kid, and this is my way of giving back.
Kids can't wait.
To change kids' health means to fundraise by playing video games or tabletop games for these kids that are like not having the best time of their lives right now. They're having to fight scary diseases, scary illnesses, some of them more rare than others, and we just do everything we can to help fundraise.
What's up, Extra Life? I'm so inspired to hear about all you're doing to help sick and injured kids treated in your local community, and the fact that you guys are playing games to help these kids is it's amazing on many levels. It's fun, but it's also making such a huge impact. So congrats on the millions of dollars raised today, and good luck with the rest of game day. And break a leg. Do you say break a leg when you're playing games? Probably not. That's more of an after thing. Okay, just have fun.
My name's Eric Sears. I live in Ottawa and I'm treated at CHIA for type 1 diabetes. My favorite part of my children's hospital is the doctors, nurses, and educators. When I show up to my checkups, I get high fives and hugs, and they're so supportive. They're just awesome. Did you know that 62 kids like me enter a CMN hospital every minute? That's a lot of kids that need help. Join Extra Life to help kids like me.
I didn't realize that my daughter was watching. She's got it up on the...
There we go. Hey, why is this still up here? Go away. Go away, screen. Ah! There we go. All right, we're back now, and all unmuted. Okay. All right. I'm one of these days I'm going to figure out how to do that transition with it smoothly and cleanly. Today is not that day.
Smooth transition. No, not today.
And apparently my kids are done watching their movie and they're coming in for snacks and bedtimes. So I might get assaulted by some kids. Oh boy, I had a thought while we were taking a break.
What's that?
Did you play one of the followers of Phil with us?
I was out that year. I do not recall why. That was the I think that was the only year I missed during the gaming years.
Okay.
And I want to say, I honestly just do not recall why. I mean, the general excuse is at that age range where I was either broke or...
yeah.
I remember you guys getting ready to go. I remember, but I did miss that year.
Okay, because I think I remember there was one year where you weren't there, and I was trying to figure out which year it was.
That was it. Yeah, I could have, because you Sawyer, Joe, and I don't remember who the other.
I think it might have been Thomas.
Probably.
No, well, I don't know. Or it might have
That
been
would've
just
been
the three of
fun.
us. It might have been just the three of us that year.
I think I was still supposed to go. I think I was going to be the fourth. But
Yeah.
I think it fell apart kind of at the last minute there.
Because I think that was the one time I actually had a martial artist character and I could see what they could do.
Oh my god, they're just so different. You know, it's... yeah, it's pretty wild.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so... We've talked about our... Do you remember how our first year went? Because I'm drawing a blank.
As
owners, as it was our job to formulate and plot out and run the game. I remember the idea of the plot.
The zombies?
The zombies, yeah. That it didn't work out because
no.
There were supposed to be 4 different zombie masters raising 4 different types of zombies, and only one showed up, and even he didn't really do much zombifying.
So that was... No, I don't recall a lot about that year. To be honest. I remember the game prep that year.
Hmm?
We were all at Joe's house in Memphis. I'm pretty sure that was that year, the week before. Which was not uncommon.
Yeah.
I just, I remember that plot. You know, I think do you have any idea what year that was?
That, I want to say, was 2007. I want to say. I could be very off. I could be 2008, actually, now that I think about it.
So one of those years... and Alex was born in 08.
Mm.
And I want to say it was... I want to think that it was the zombie year, actually.
Yep.
Because I was
then,
actually traveling for work. I was down in Florida for some of the lead up, and I remember talking about on 3-way phone calls, because you know this stuff didn't really exist. We were doing 3-way phone calls to talk about zombie plots.
I remember the initial idea was, we have it here. Why not we do a Day of the Dead type of plot? So that's where the idea of zombies came in, because I remember having the image of, I wanted the end game to be, you know, the survivors trapped in Malice's with the horde outside just waiting for them. But then it kind of, we realized that really wouldn't work well for our game and the way it ran.
You would have to have some pretty serious theater of the mind, because... And I think, you know, Benji stuck around and helped us that first year, but it was really the 3 of us and Benji that year. That was part of what made that one so tough.
Yeah.
And jeez, what was the Small Gods year? Because Small Gods was another one of those. I pitched the idea, and
That was the Procyon robot at the end.
Yeah, okay. Yep. That was Small Gods. Okay. But this was the year before. For some reason, I remember where we were for Small Gods year. And I mean the booth.
Yeah.
The booth was across from the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Which made it one of the more fun booths. Because I went to the bathroom right beside one of the guy from Smallville that played Lex Luthor. Rosen.
Okay.
Rosen, I don't remember his. But
I remember that year constantly, as I was having to leave the booth to go fix something or prepare something. I think I saw Adam Savage outside that bathroom on that floor like 2 or 3 times throughout the weekend.
that was the year too, like I don't know. I had the juice that year and I made a lot of sales that year. Like we had one of our biggest crowds ever. Was that one? And I don't know what it was, but I was out in front of the booth pulling people. We were getting people signed up. As the first year we had the software.
Yeah.
You do to pick characters. So that meant more than just, because previously it was like, go tell Benji what you like, and the character whisperer will find you the appropriate character.
And it'll look through the file box.
Yeah, we already had them prioritized in the background and all that jazz. The zombies. So I remember I remember the costume, right? The scraggly hair, mega zombie.
Yeah, the mega zombie that was made out of multi parts. It was a Franken zombie.
That was the body part gear, right? So you had your pack, and
yes,
your legs were determined your strength, your arms were your dexterity, your body was your health,
or something along those lines. Yeah.
And the idea was they were collecting the parts to create the super zombie, so they had to pull.
And there
it's
were
not a bad idea.
There were ways to swap parts without being killed and stuff like that.
Again, not a bad idea. Probably should have played more with body horror rather than zombies. That'd have been like a fun creature, the Frankenstein sort of thing instead of a zombie thing. That might have been because yes, okay, I'm starting to remember I remember the costume for the mega zombie. There's a picture of it somewhere.
Yeah.
I think you played the mega zombie.
Yeah, well, I modeled, that's the thing, I can't remember if we actually.
And I remember because Ruby had on a muscled chest.
Yeah.
They said that you're the cutest mega zombie because you would. So I remember kind of the end game. There were different rooms, so we were in that hallway where there were like it had a window outside.
Yeah.
In the room, and that wasn't always the case. A lot of those
were
interior. So it was a long hallway that had rooms on the side, and we were up there. So I think it was kind of a weird spot for us. I don't think that we normally played in that area.
I think that hallway pretty much became the standard LARP floor from then on. But yeah, it was very different. It was the first time we were in there, but then that's pretty much where we were from then on out.
That's what it is. So the Punch and Judy year, we were in a really weird place.
Because I think the hotel was under refurbishment or something.
We were in a strange offshoot, like it was some stairs, and then to the right that was Malice.
Yeah. And it was only that one year that it was there.
Yes, 1 year was an off year. Then I guess we were back over to. I don't remember a lot about it, JT, but I kind of felt like that was one of the weaker games we ever did.
Well, I mean, it was our first one, so naturally. I mean, but that's kind of what it's like. Because I was trying to think, like, that's where we first introduced the concept of the League of Systems.
Yeah.
The Oppenheimers first time showed up there. I think we had tried to bring back the judge in the court system. That game.
So that was one of the things that we determined, and I think this was actually a nice evolution of the game, was that we had at one point had crafts, arts and crafts, and you could go do something, and if you did it, you got like a special heart, or there was
got a bonus in the game in some shape, form, or fashion.
So we did Kangaroo Court. Joe played the judge because he had the wig.
Yeah, because I think I still have the picture of him in his house trying out the wig, and it's just him in the wig and a tank top.
I don't know. I don't think that was the year. Did we do Wheel of Fun?
Wheel of Karma.
Wheel of Karma.
I don't.
I played that character. That was mine for a few years. I think that we might have introduced that.
Yeah. I think that would. I mean that would. If there was a year we were going to throw anything at the wall and see what stuck, that was the year.
I think we did. I think I played Wink Martindale or something. Wink Winkler. I don't remember the name, but I remember the jacket, the money jacket.
The money jacket, yeah.
And it was a fun. Like we had a lot of people. It was based somewhat on the UHF skit, What's in the Box.
To some degree that, and some degree Wheel of Fortune and
Wheel of Fortune, yeah. Do you want the hammer or what's in the box?
Yeah.
What's in the box? That was fun. But we tried to do more set pieces, and I think that was one of the things I felt like actually went well. And it was kind of, when we took over, we had a couple of transitions. We really kicked off the multiple bad guys so that you didn't have the big group fight. I think that went well. I think the set pieces with the interactions went well.
Yeah, I mean, it really became kind of what the concept of the whole in-game concept is it's a convention with a convention, and so we had a convention within a convention. We had multiple panels or events going on.
Because they used to have the martial arts contest.
Yeah.
That used to be a thing. But, that's pretty limiting because there were only... Generally, there were only three martial artists in the game, so...
Maybe 6 or 7.
Yeah.
And if you weren't a martial artist, you probably weren't gonna.
You had no chance with none of that. We also played.
I think the entry was you had to have a black belt, and every martial artist pretty much had a black belt. So
yeah. DarkCon Radio.
That was started in the Punch and Judy.
That's true. Yeah.
Hold on. I actually have to rethink that. I might not be. I think the Free Fire machine.
We mixed DarkCon Radio with the Free Fire machine for the zombie one because we wanted Malice to feel endangered. That was part of the zombie horde.
Yeah. And also the idea that one of the tropes in zombies is you have that contact with the outside world, and
we use that to say that the zombies were encroaching and coming in. Yeah, that's where we would. Yeah, DarkCon Radio was cool. That led to
my biggest complaint about DarkCon Radio was the fact that it always had to be pre-recorded.
Yeah.
So we could not respond to live events in game.
And so, and Yeah, that was. I enjoyed DarkCon Radio. That was one of the things I was talking.
I think I still have a whole bunch of the ads somewhere on my hard drive.
Ads were hilarious, in my opinion. If you didn't even listen to the music was fine. We did a bunch of zombie music that.
Yeah, I always tried to theme the playlist to whatever the general theme was. If either.
And it was one of those things. If you paid attention to DarkCon Radio, you could kind of get.
You'd get some hints. You'd get some hints. It wouldn't answer the plot for you, but it might give you ideas of where to look for clues.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, hey, you're probably going to have a big fight tonight. You might want to prepare.
No doubt. I liked that. So actually, and I had a failed marketing ploy based off of DarkCon Radio. It was. The messaging from a certain standpoint when I was taking it was supposed to be the shock DJ, it was very aggressive and in your face. And then we were kind of new business owners, and I didn't know that Joe didn't like that. So they actually kind of took that role away from and I didn't know why, but it was like they didn't like it because they didn't understand it, but we never talked about it.
Yeah.
They didn't understand what I was trying to do with it. I was trying to be, one of those late 90s, early 2000 kind of in your face, a little bit DJ hosts. That was supposed to be the voice. And in my head, that was the voice of DarkCon, was but it didn't translate well. I didn't do a good job of explaining the idea, even internally to our own group.
Yeah.
So it came off wrong.
And it happens.
Yeah, well, it was one of the things now, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a lot of
business stuff. I would never have decided on a marketing direction without talking to everybody first and getting buy-in and an understanding of that just would never have happened. I would never have accepted being pulled off an assignment without some sort of explanation as to why. We would have... And I'm sure Joe would never pull anybody off of an assignment now without. So it was part and parcel to like.
Everybody was learning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I screwed up my role. Pretty good in that one.
But yeah, I can remember because I remember that. That was definitely the year when I was having to build the zombie costume. I don't know if the Free Fire machine was in its final form that year or not. I want to say it might have been.
Well, that's when you got your high compliment from
Nichelle Nichols. Yeah.
That looks better than some of the stuff we had on the first thing.
Yeah, looks better than what we had on Star Trek, baby.
Probably one of my favorite intersections of maybe the only intersection of DarkCon and pop culture.
The only one I'm aware of.
I don't. Yeah, certainly
But
don't
yeah.
remember anybody famous playing. So.
Yeah, but yeah, it was. I can remember staying up. Well, learning how to wire LED lights into a circuit, and having to learn resistance and voltage and amperage, just because it's like, wait, I don't just plug them in. I have to.
Not back
Ooh,
then.
I got to get the soldering iron. I think Raspberry Pis were just released.
Yeah, and recording and having the speakers, and then the sound that interrupted it, and the fact that it was shut down.
Mm-hmm.
Then it had the lights on it that would go off when it shut down.
Yeah. All that tied into an Apple.
Didn't we have a
Mini?
A Mac Mini?
Yeah.
Which is crazy, because those were crazy expensive back then.
But I think Joe just had an extra one.
He did. It was Joe. Joe had just happened to have a pretty expensive piece of equipment lying around that we could leave in an unprotected room in Dragon Con.
It was padlocked with a tiny little, girl's diary padlock.
Something you could pry off with finger strength and the will. A little bit of willpower.
A couple of wrenches.
That's what I think that's why maybe we don't remember much of the plot, is I think we were trying a lot of different things. And I actually think that people had fun. But I don't think it was what I would call a successful storyline.
Well, and I think that's also the first time we really learned about not trying to plot out everything. I mean, that wasn't the only time we learned that lesson, but that was the first time it hit us smack dab in the face that it doesn't matter what you plot. You're going to have to change it. Because
I think, Benji had been telling us that, but it's not something you don't understand the extent.
Well, because we've all had been dungeon masters or game masters, for years before then. So we knew the idea of the players will go off plot. We just didn't realize how far they'd go off plot.
There's also an extent that you're playing with when you're talking about 50 to 80 people, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when something gets momentum and you have no idea what it's going to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could not tell in between day 1 and day 3 something, maybe even something that you didn't plant, is going to catch.
It becomes everybody accepts it as the truth.
The truth. And it's the thing that is happening. And what's fun too is you're not even necessarily aware of it. Like our information gathering would happen at those after parties, and we actually slowed those down quite a lot, if you'll recall.
I wouldn't say slow down. We calmed down.
Definitely calmed down.
Yeah.
They weren't official either. I think that was a big deal. Like we couldn't.
Well, I think because we did start hosting them ourselves in Malice's, as opposed to everybody trying to pile into one person's hotel room.
Right.
So when they moved from being just a random player's room party to us hosting it ourselves, we kind of had to calm it down.
And I think there was even a time limit on it. Like we had to stop playing at a certain point. And I think we lost the room at 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning.
I think we had to clear out by a certain point so housekeeping could come in and. So, but yeah.
Yeah, that's when you would learn what was going on.
Yeah.
You had to talk. And I think that was one of the reasons why we never got rid of the party, because at some point it becomes a bit of a liability.
I think we learned that early on is like you have to get that. And we could try it. I mean, we would try whenever somebody wasn't actively needed for something. We'd walk around Malice's. We'd walk around and talk to players.
Yeah.
But there's only so much players will tell you when you're a ref.
Very true. Very, very true.
And it's and you don't want to sit there and go, so what do you think the plot is? Because, I mean, yeah, some will tell you, and some might tell you what they want the plot to be, and some have no clue, and they're just there having fun.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Which is also,
and that's fine. Yeah.
Sure.
But
yeah, there are a lot of people that played the game and never engaged with the plot. They're just there to hang out and have a good time.
But yes, really, I think the best information gathering technique we had was when we had someone go in as an NPC and interact with characters as a NPC, and the players then would give information, not directly, but the questions they asked and the favors they would ask for and things like that would usually hint to what they're thinking.
Do you remember the bank drops?
Yes.
Those were fun.
All right.
I don't think anybody.
Might have an emergency here. Give me just a second.
Hey man.
I'm going to put a commercial back on for a second.
Hi, bud.
If I can find my commercial program, there it is. I'll
Thank
be right
you
back.
for supporting Extra Life and what all you do for all the children.
My name is Defy, and I'm from the East Coast of Canada, and I want to change kids' health at the IWK Children's Hospital because as a father myself, I know they're always going to be there for me if and when I need them.
Million kids like me enter a CMN hospital every year. For me, I entered my children's hospital when I was 9 years old for my miracle story. Happy to report that my health is on the up, and it's all because of gamers like you.
Okay. One of the children apparently fell down while they were playing when it was supposed to be bedtime. So there was a concern. It's like, did she break her foot? Did she break her ankle? No? Oh, okay.
Well then.
All right. Moving on then. So, yeah. People have tried to warn us that players are going to go off plot. And when you're dealing with 30, 40, 50 players, it's not like at a D&D table where you can kind of easily rein them back in or rewrite the plot easily to focus them back onto what you had in mind. Or if you're already doing it sandbox, it's easy to go off. Catering to 4 to 6 players is a lot easier than 40 to 60.
I think it was the only time we did a single thread. Right, because we had the zombie thing. We didn't really have any backup. But even like the year with Small Guys, we had a couple of different ideas we could go with.
I think we still had one thread. It's just that we had already accepted. I think the idea behind Small Gods was that we had the idea that the players were going to select a god to represent the Earth.
Instead of
having the option that went that they reject the whole premise entirely.
Right.
we counted on the players being greedy and fighting each other to be the number one god. We forgot the fact that they might just decide to be altruistic.
That was an unexpected outcome.
We underestimated the morality of our players.
Well, it was one of those things like everybody always wanted to play a dragon, right? Because they're powerful. And the whole concept was, let's screw with that power dynamic by making, everyone a small god in and of themselves. So, yeah, you get to be a dragon, but so does everybody else.
Mm-hmm. You get to be a baby dragon, and you work your way up.
Sure. And then you'll have the big mega dragon that'll fight the Procyon, or the, not the Procyon, the Nemesis, and there you go.
Well, Nemesis, and then the big... Well... See, I think the end game was meant to be a battle amongst the players, and whichever 2 or 3 gods had the most followers, if one would reign supreme, and whether that be through fighting or diplomacy or whatever, as long as there was one god at the end, then we figured we would work out a plot line. Like, all right, what happens when they have made their selection? We never came up with the option of...
Say that the Procyon thing was always there, because I remember at the wrap-up, Josh Wilhoit, because people were a little bit surprised by the Procyon. They're like, I don't understand where this came from. Like, where'd the giant robot come from?
Yeah.
It was there the whole time. And Josh was at the wrap-up, and he's like, apparently Josh had always had a habit of collecting people's character packets.
Oh, yeah.
And so he said at the wrap-up, he's like, I thought it was a little weird, but then I grabbed a bunch of people's character packets and I started reading through them, and it's there. It has always been there. And I swear to you, I think it was one of the threads that we'd put out there. We had hoped it would catch. And I think we went with it because it was one of the few ones that wasn't burned. Like I think we had a few different ways that could go, and the Procyon invasion was one of them. I don't even know if it was a giant robot. It was just some sort of existential external threat.
Now that we're talking about it, I want to say that because the overall plot was based off of what had happened the year before. Earth had come to the attention of the League of Systems, Galactic Empire.
Right.
Usually, and they had decided to offer Earth membership, and usually what happens is when a planet's offered membership, it elects a god that to them is part diplomat, part celebrity, part idol.
Right.
And so, Earth needed a celebrity diplomat to represent them.
When it didn't happen, the League of Systems sent somebody to smite them.
I think because there was a corrupt politician.
Yeah.
But I think because we realized on the second night that the players had decided that the League of Systems were bad.
That's what it was.
And so,
but
they weren't committing. They weren't really committing to it. They were just kind of not engaging. So in order to get them to commit one way or the other,
we sent Nemesis.
Well, no, we sent a diplomat from the League of Systems who basically said, all right, so here's the benefits of joining. You're going to get this, and you get this, and the only thing it requires is you lose all your advantages. Like every player character would lose their advantage, which as soon as you start playing with a player character's stats and what makes them unique, we knew, at least we were smart enough to know that. And yeah, it worked. They turned on the League of Systems on a dime.
Yeah. So I feel like it worked out fine in the end. I think the end game was a lot of fun, mostly because the way it took place with people up on different, because you had this big open foyer.
Yeah. Well, okay. If anybody watching this after the fact, you've seen the Loki TV show?
Yeah.
That's where DarkCon took place, is in that hotel they filmed that. So all those balconies, open balconies looking across at each other.
So you had people on 3 different levels. They were all fighting the same thing. The refs were somewhat in communication.
We had radios and me running between groups.
Well, there was supposed, and that's where the communication system wasn't, like, there was supposed to be something in the middle that Mike was operating that signaled, because the deal was they had to have certain things damaged at the same time for it to
I
work.
think the original
Yeah, pepper off.
the original idea was that we were trying so hard to figure out, because the actual fight itself. Hold on 1 second. Another child has a boo-boo. I do give it kisses. But yeah, I think the actual robot fight was come up with last minute, because a good part of that was trying to figure out, okay, what, because like Joe and Mike came to me and said, all right, we need to build a giant robot.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to say, one of the things I did enjoy about being an owner was I was on team idea. You were on team execution.
And yet I still had to come up with ideas too.
That's true.
We were all on team idea. The problem was that I was apparently the only one who could execute props, costumes, and set pieces.
You are.
Which is why my ideas were always simple. At least after that first year, after the zombie plot, that's when I realized I need to go simple. So I don't have to build a stupid prop. And I still had to build stupid props.
On the fly, you did. Those are cases and cases of costume parts.
Mm. They're still in storage about a block from my house.
I'm sure.
But yeah, Nemesis, I honestly don't know, because I didn't even know about Nemesis until Joe grabbed me and said, I need you to make a Nemesis costume. And I go, who the hell's Nemesis? Because I was not as educated on Greek mythology as I am today. And I was like, who the hell's Nemesis? And he goes, look it up. I think Google existed then. I think Wikipedia existed.
Yeah, you could have asked Jeeves, maybe.
But yeah, I had to look it up, and I was like, all black, wings, and female.
Was that a curtain?
2 out of 3 ain't bad. Yes, it was one of our curtains. It was one of our backdrop curtains. It was me in my black camo jockey pants, cargo pants, and combat boots. And
you were shirtless, but you had the thing wrapped around you.
I had a curtain wrapped around me, and then the wings, and then Laura Holt came in and painted fake blood, like dripping out of my eyes, and she got freaked out because during that process I had blinked a little too early, and my left eye got stuck to the not quite dried blood yet, so I was stuck like this, and it looked like blood was coming out of my eye that would refuse to open. She's freaking out, and I'm like, I just want to open my eye. That was a fun hour to get into costume for a character that was thrust upon me maybe 30 minutes ago. But I had fun. I'm coming for you. You have angered me. I'm coming for you. No talking. But yeah, I have no idea why Nemesis was there. I assume it was just something to motivate players into action.
Maybe I'm confusing two things, because I remember there was something that didn't make sense to the players. Maybe it was actually Nemesis that didn't make sense.
I think it was Nemesis, because I only made it out one time. I only ever got out into play as Nemesis once. So, and I think it was like go beat up gods. So that's what I did. Unfortunately, the first god I found was Thomas's Hades, who is a little bit more on the more powerful side. So
God to kill, yeah.
He actually, whooped Nemesis's butt. And I do remember that Nemesis was the boss of the 3 Furies we had, because we did have the Furies running around, picking on people. So I guess they decided that the Furies needed some heavy hitter backup.
Well, it's actually really funny. Like when you, as a Ref, when you went into character. Because at first, when you show up wearing the badge that shows that you're in character, people have no idea if you're, what kind of NPC you are.
Yeah.
You might be there to give valuable information.
You might be a plot point just waiting to happen. Well, you always were a plot point, but if you, I mean, what flavor of plot point?
Right. You might have to be killed.
You might be a target. You might be targeting.
Mm-hmm.
Or you might just be Thoth out to just dispense wisdom.
It happened.
Usually if I went out as an Oppenheimer, it was 50-50.
I thought it was a shame that nobody ever attacked the game show host. He had some funny abilities.
I know, but he was too fun. And again, it goes back to that early lessons, even from the early days before we, became the runners. Is shtick will save your butt. Nobody wants to kill shtick.
That's fun, yeah. It was funny.
That's why we, at least to my understanding, that's why all of our important NPCs who needed to stick around for a while, we tried to make sure they had a funny shtick. That's why the Oppenheimers always had crazy hair and a lab coat.
The visual indicator of importance is how weird you look.
Benji as Thoth always went out in the costume with the robes and the Egyptian get up, the bank tellers. And that's the thing, we expected the bank guards to always expected them to get jumped, and I don't think they ever, maybe once they were jumped.
Maybe.
Because I have a memory of Jen and Ruby coming up with big smiles because they had gotten jumped. It was like, it finally happened! Someone finally tried to take us on!
Well, we gave them, the best machine guns in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were just, I think, regular people, but they had the highest level body armor.
Yeah, they were a walking loot goblin.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it was hard to kill, but if you can kill it, you're going to get a lot of money.
Mm. Yeah. Man. So long ago.
Trying to remember what came after that.
I'm having a tough time. And again, if I'm remembering correctly, that was when my second child was born. When that happened, that's when I started fading. I didn't realize that, but I don't think I was actually... Because I still think of us as owning it during the... Because I think what happened in the transition year, we technically did own it, but we didn't... The Punch and Judy year, I think we owned it, but we were there to assist, and we announced it at the end of that year.
Right, we had already made... The deal was already struck. I believe money had already changed hands. I'm not sure on that front.
I think of that as our first year, not...
That was our first year as refs, and I wouldn't... We definitely had input, because that's where the Free Fire machine came from, was input from us.
Well, I remember...
Or Free Fire Radio.
Being involved in
DarkCon Radio.
Game prep, because I remember building the Death Rattle.
Yeah. And I built the puppet stage.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that year we didn't have the Free Fire machine. We just had... I think we had DarkCon Radio. And the idea is that it worked as the Free Fire machine in the sense that if the radio turned off, Free Fire was off.
Well, we were transitioning away from having Malices be completely safe. We didn't want it to be safe anymore. It was actually a major plot point in the zombie year.
Yeah. Like, hey, this thing can turn off. You need to fix it.
Mm-hmm. I forgot about the repair aspect.
It kind of faded away once we gave Jerry's character the ability to repair it with little effort.
But she played Malice, right?
Not Malice specifically, but the new owner.
The new owner.
Or manager at least. I think Malice still owned it, but yeah, her character was the manager of it now.
I remember why we did that. Because we wanted the players to come up with their own events. So that character...
She specifically got tasks to drive patronage. Yeah,
that's kind of smart. Must not have been one of mine.
I didn't have anything to do with it. I just made the machine out of too heavy wood. I should not have used that wood. Why I used 2x6s? I have no idea.
Thing was that heavy.
Fucking idiot I was. And I wanted something durable.
It was.
It was freaking durable.
It got dropped many a time. Knocked over.
I'm pretty sure it got stepped on at least once or twice.
Hell, sturdy enough it probably used to.
You know what? If I went and found it, I could probably... I bet you that little test tube thing on the top would probably still work. Yeah, of course, my camera decided it didn't want to look at me anymore. Alright, fine. I'll adjust the lighting again just to make you happy, camera. There we go. Now you see me. Oh.
I hate to think that, but I may have only been involved in the first 3 years.
And it's possible.
Well, again, I mean, in 2010, I would have had, Izzy in December. So I could have gone to DragonCon, but I'm not sure.
I mean, I started bowing out right after my son was born. I know let's see, he was born in 2012. He had his first birthday 2013, and that was the last year. And 2012 was another year where I was able to be there, but it was not as I could not come up to Memphis to help prep. I had to pretty much only come up and pick up stuff and bring it down, but I was at least able to be there all weekend in that year. But yeah, the following year, no. No. And then it was about a month after that my father passed away, and between new son, finding out I was about to have another child, and father passing away, I pretty much was like, yeah, I'm not coming next year. And I think everyone else kind of had the same idea.
Yeah.
Too much life all at once.
Well, we were all turning 30, around 30. It was expensive. It was not cheap. I remember one of the things I had to start considering was, I was working in IT at that point. So working in, a small company, I didn't have a ton of of time off.
Yeah.
So the idea of using a week and a half of it, a week for prep, and then 3 days to recover and get back. I only got like 3 weeks. And when you got a kid, you start doing things like vacationing with your child.
Yeah.
So prep, I know even if I went that next year that I'm pretty sure I didn't do prep.
Probably. I have faint memories of something like that, yeah. It's like, well, we're gonna do a thing, and then Nick will do a thing, and then he'll do a Wheel of Karma, and then
yeah. Now I know I think Laura Holt took over doing the hosting at some point.
I think maybe for 1 year, and then I think we just threw Micro into it because he was the only one who didn't have something else going on at the time, I think, during weekends.
Usually the way that happens. Well, as we kind of, I guess, get to the end of this timeline.
Well, I mean,
learned
that's
a lot.
yeah. It was definitely a learning experience about running a business, running a LARP, and it brought me to years later. Like, it's only been a few years ago I learned about mega games, like Watch the Skies, and other, like, basically extra large board games, and I realized that's about what we were doing in DarkCon for the last few years we ran it. We just ran a giant board game with a role-playing game on the side.
Yeah. That's an interesting way to conceive of it. It was certainly yeah. I mean, it's hard to really say what it was like, and I think it's because it is what it is. It's a LARP, and I think people who are really into LARPs probably understand how that works a little bit better. But it's its own genre. It's not like running a campaign.
No, we were very careful to say that, there is no ongoing storyline here, although there was.
Well, kind of.
It was pick and choose as we desired.
Yeah, you throw it out there and you see what happens. It's like and what's weird is sometimes you get two things happening at the same time. Like, so you throw out 3 plot lines or 4 plot lines, and one of them takes real big, but one of them's still growing over on the side.
Mm-hmm.
Could happen. And you got to be ready for it. You got to be ready to pivot and be agile with the entire process. So it's was an interesting experience. I like to let's play a quick game. JT, we're both in our 40s.
Sure.
Both have children. Pretend we decided not this next year, but the year after. So not in 6 months, but in 18 months.
Okay.
Pretend we're going back. What would you do differently?
Seriously, I would run it as a mega game and not a LARP. I would, and I say this because I have already thought of this. I have, and I will go ahead and say this is by no means a promise. This is by no means a guarantee, or even a hint of a guarantee, or that this could ever happen. But I have thought that if we were to come back and run a game again as handmade games, it would have to be a mega game with plenty of time for LARPing. But the focus wouldn't be the LARP itself. We wouldn't be running DarkCon. It might be a game set in the DarkCon universe, but it would be, again, essentially, it would be a mega game. It would be some large-scale board game like the one that's been running at DragonCon for a while is the I can't remember what the exact name, but it's like the National Strategic Simulation or something like that, where all the players are like leaders and diplomats of a country, and they respond to a global crisis.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty much the precursor to modern mega games. We would have to develop a board game, but hey, you know what? Funny, I've been developing board games since the pandemic started. Actually, I've been developing board. I've got a few more prototypes on the way. But anyway, so we would have to come up with a mega game and the rule systems for it. But yeah, it wouldn't require nearly as much time because we don't have to worry about crazy plots because all the mechanics are right there and all the possibilities of the mechanics are right there. And it would be much narrower scope as far as what players could do, but they could still play characters within the DarkCon universe. We could still bring back, Omar, if John wanted to play. We could bring back other characters that have been mainstays, but they would, of course, what they would be doing, I have no idea. Maybe it's a peace summit happening at Dragon Con amongst all these different groups.
We had some plots like that, right? With the League of Systems, that was you're supposed to represent Earth.
Yeah,
but he did.
And even if it wasn't in the DarkCon universe, I think if we got, I think because of our experience and our practice, I think we as Handmade Games could run a mega game that lasted a day. From 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. and it would be a lot easier than DarkCon ever was, and probably just as fun because everybody would know it's one day and we're done, and we only have 30 players, and the prep is. Most of the prep is in the designing of the game as opposed to, all right, how many characters we need? What are their abilities? No, they all have the same abilities. They're all...
Yeah, that's interesting. Some of the things I think I would do, I have a different take. I hadn't not engaged with mega games, so I'm not familiar with that as well. But
I would recommend... Shut Up and Sit Down, a YouTube channel. They covered a mega game, which was probably the first famous mega game, was Watch the Skies. It was basically XCOM. It was inspired by XCOM, but it's basically the world's global leaders responding to an alien incursion.
Right on. Yeah.
So.
I think that'd be even something like that. You could just have, because the fun of DarkCon is it doesn't have to be an alien incursion. It can be a multi-dimensional incursion. It can be two. You could play against yourself where it's mirror worlds colliding. You could do
the one that
League of System.
The one if we couldn't figure out a DarkCon version of it, though, are you familiar with the SCP wiki or the SCP Foundation?
Yes. Okay. I ran across that when I was looking for. I don't remember what I was reading. Maybe it was Cthulhian mythology and stuff kept coming up.
They borrow from that a couple times. Yeah. It's, for those who don't know, it's a Creative Commons fictional universe. Is the best way of describing. Horror universe, mostly horror, speculative fiction, definitely, sci-fi, fantasy, all of it comes into play. But it's the idea is it's a paranormal world, and you have all these organizations within it that deal with the paranormal in some shape, form, or fashion. The most famous being the SCP Foundation, which is Secure, Contain, Protect. We go, we find it, we capture it, and we watch it. We lock it up and we keep it locked away, and we keep it a secret. And then, then you have other groups that are about, oh no, we don't lock it up, we destroy it, we get rid of it. No, others are like, no, we protect it, we hide it, we use it to make life better for others. And there's already that universe, and again, it's Creative Commons, so it's free to use.
Interesting.
So we could do a SCP mega game with all the different organizations scouring the globe, responding to a global paranormal threat. That was my idea.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Sure, no, that's... So one of the things you hit on that I would definitely do is I would focus the game. I would say gaming starts at 3 o'clock, because let's be honest, most people are pretty... I don't know, we're old now. I don't know if old people do this at Dragon Con, but the young people certainly were drunk, and nobody was in Malice's before noon.
Most weren't. I mean, the ones who had to be there, like Jerry as the manager of Malice.
Right.
I give her props. She was there by like game start, I think, every morning, and
I think I would have like this game runs from officially runs. Because you got a lot of people who come and play, you still role play, you still have a good time, that's fine. But officially runs from like, I don't know, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. or 10 p.m., whatever. I would definitely give it a cutoff, because I would give the option of running the game instead of over 3 days. You can buy a day pass and have each day be a plot.
Yeah.
That builds, and this one builds on what happens here, so you have a general idea of how these things work. I think by not letting it run for 3 days, you could actually have a little more control over the plot. You could actually dictate it a little more. Well, I know you can dictate it a little more. We just never wanted to. We wanted. DarkCon was in part a mystery game.
Mm-hmm.
You had to. There was information out there. It was an information-focused, information-gathering game.
You had to spend at least a day or two figuring out the plot,
right,
and how you wanted to respond to it.
I would change that a little bit and have the plot be a little more on rails, not completely, because you want that character interaction. You want them to be able to change it. But that also gives you something like, a player wants to spend $10 or $20 and play this day.
Mm-hmm.
Or they want to, I want to buy a 2-day package. Whatever. It gives you options for, because towards the end, I don't remember how much we were charging, but it was like $80 or something. It was.
No, that's the thing. I think towards the end, we hadn't jumped the price up too terribly much, which is part of what hurt, was that we weren't recouping production costs.
Look, hotel rooms over con weekend, and they stopped giving us badges. You got them at a discounted rate.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time you start paying for hotel rooms and food and just so basically you had people paying out of pocket to be there to ref.
Yeah.
And that's when it got a little bit difficult too. Is I think again, we were getting older, and it got harder to kind of.
And we were also getting
harder to afford the time off work, and harder to afford paying to go work.
And also, we were getting to the age where careers were really starting to ramp up into.
That was a big part of it.
Yeah, you you could take a week off, but your promotion and that not having to worry so much about missing a car payment isn't as big a deal anymore.
So I think by limiting it more, and kind of to your point, reducing the amount of overhead. I think if I were to do it again, if I had 18 months to run it, I would rewrite the card system, or basically make it replicatable. One of the things that we suffered through was the printing off of cards.
Oh yeah,
the massive undertaking, and the fact that the cards were single PDFs. So if you needed a particular card, you had to print out a sheet of these other cards you didn't need. It was a mess. It was not streamlined at all. It was it was bulky.
And there were always the goal. Because this is something me and Joe had talked about in the past, was there was always the goal to take out that to be able to create custom PDFs, so you could have just the cards you needed, and not having to print out 5 different pages, but just the one, and things like that, and to streamline. But that takes time, and when your career is burgeoning and moving and all that stuff,
when you got kids, and so you can spend 2 hours. Well, that doesn't. 2 hours will help you remember where you stopped.
Yeah. Okay, where was I?
Yeah.
Okay.
You spend an hour figuring out
All
where
right.
you stopped.
Now I'm ready to start. Oh wait, time to go take care of the kids.
I gotta go feed a kid. Yeah, that was. I remember that's why I stopped playing RPG video games. It's because I would have I've got an hour while the kid is taking a nap. While my baby's taking a nap, I'm gonna go play Fallout. No, you're not. You won't spend an hour remembering where you were and then getting killed, and then your kid wakes up and you're gonna be pissed.
I have moved. My own personal gaming has moved to simulate either logistics simulated games like Dyson Sphere program, or Factorio. I haven't played Satisfactory, but games of those ilk where you just building.
Still okay.
Yeah, Stellaris.
Strategy games. Those still work.
Yeah. And you know what? I'll put it this way. Almost most of Paradox Interactive's games are on my playlist now, because they're games that I can easily pause, go deal with something, come back, and I still have a vague idea of what's going on. And even if not, it's a sandbox-esque type of 4X game. So
I got into first-person shooters because you can play and turn it off.
I actually stopped because I actually stopped playing FPS because I couldn't pause.
Yeah. No, I mean, you got to basically understand. In that, what you got to do is just any game you join, you have to understand you might have to turn it off.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you might be having a great game, but as soon as you heard the baby cry, you're like, "Oh, exit."
Yeah,
go.
I was playing Monster Hunter World when it launched, and I was having fun with it, but I had to give it up after only like 2 days because it's like I can't pause. I go to the menu screen and it doesn't pause the game. I'm still in the game. No, I'm sorry.
So
you seem fun, but
yeah, I think so. I would redesign everything to be contained in almost like a 6-hour murder mystery, where you have action, you can fight if you want to. And I understand that this gets rid of some of the long-term dynamic that you develop over several days, but people can come back. You can play the same character.
Yeah.
Play the same character in the next, it progresses the plot. But it's like a trilogy instead of a
one long weekend plot.
Yeah, instead of an epic, it's a trilogy.
Yeah.
And by the end of it, if you've played all three, it's a story that hangs together. Now that's a very difficult thing to do from a writing perspective, but
yeah, because
I think from a logistics standpoint, that's a much easier sell.
Yeah.
I would also design it to be played for, like you said, 30 or 40 people. And I would make sure that whatever the price point, and again, I'm taking a business standpoint, but the price point, the logistics, and the prep work all make it at least break even based on
yeah, at the very
$30 per person for 30 people.
Yeah, at the very minimum, you need to make it so that it's a free weekend.
Even saying what I just said, $30 per person for 30 people. That's $900. That's not even close. You won't even pay for a hotel room, or well, you will, but
it would have to be a situation. This would be something you would do to entertain yourself while you're already at that convention.
Yeah.
And that is something else that I came up to because I went to my first convention in honestly years was I went to MomoCon in Atlanta this past year, and anime convention. I've never been to a strictly it wasn't strictly anime. From what I hear, it's almost become a little Dragon Con. Little baby Dragon Con. Baby Dragon Con. But hey, I mean, I was there when Dragon Con was a baby, so it was kind of interesting to see, and I can't argue with their assessment. But yeah, I went and I was walking around. I was like, I'm at a convention, and I don't have to do any work. This feels wrong. I'm supposed to be doing something. I'm at a convention, and So yeah, apparently I've been spoiled now, and so if I go to a convention, I need to be doing something.
I tell you, honestly, and I've said this for the last couple of years. I've told Haruna, I'm like, I'd like to go back to Dragon. And every year, every year way too late to actually consider going.
Mm-hmm.
I know that you have to have already bought Dragon Con tickets, but Haruna will see something that reminds her that it's coming up, and sometime in like July, she'll be like, do you want to go this year? I'm like, well, for one, it's too late. And two, I never went to Dragon Con without DarkCon. Well, that's not entirely true. I went for a day once just to go be there. It was interesting. It was fun, but I've never been to a convention without DarkCon.
And that's the thing. I haven't done that before this past year. I hadn't done that in decades. Because yeah, I mean, I started off going to Atlanta Fantasy Fair and then Dragon Con. But yeah, I think a total of maybe 3 years of going to conventions without DarkCon.
Mm-hmm.
And then how many years either playing or then later running DarkCon? Yeah, it became it became habit. So now if I go to even a non-Dragon Con convention, I'm wandering around going, I should be doing something.
And part of it is that Dragon Con is so huge now. The idea of waiting in line to go see a panel, I'm like, nah.
And that was the thing. Like MomoCon, at least I didn't have. There was one panel I waited in line for, but I waited in line because the panel hadn't opened yet, not because there wasn't room, and I had to make sure I was there to.
Your mistake, not theirs. Huh?
Yeah, it was just like, I ain't got anything else to do. This thing is going to start in 20 minutes. I'll just go sit and they got a line starting. I'll sit in the line while I'm waiting. And it was one of the bigger panels, so I guess technically if I hadn't got there 20 minutes early, I might have not been able to get in.
There you go.
But again, it's like I got in at 20 minutes early as opposed to like 2 hours if you go to Dragon Con.
Oh sure, yeah, you got to plan around that. And I always felt like the best part of being at Dragon Con was watching people, the costumes. The people, and I think I would be fine just walking around. And even I'm thinking back, like the first few years I did go to Dragon Con and did DarkCon. I feel like I actually didn't play the game as much. The middle years, I was hardcore.
Yeah.
But at the beginning, like the first year I went, I actually had to work tech staff. Because
those are the years when that's how we afford our badges, was by working staff in some way.
Yeah, you got to put in some pretty serious hours when you're older and have the money, you look back on that and it's like, that's ridiculous. They used the hell out of me to get that badge. Like I put in 30 hours for a $60 badge. They're $2 an hour.
Dude, you should have come run games. I think you only had to run 4-hour games.
I did. Well, I mean, so here's an interesting segue off DarkCon a little bit. But when we did that Bureau 13 series, that was fun. I enjoyed. I think that was one of the years we did that while we were still playing DarkCon. So we got in as vendors for running Bureau 13, and then turned around and played a lot of DarkCon.
Yeah,
I was thinking about that the other day. I remembered staying up super late with Joe writing characters, and that was kind of brutal. But there were some fun characters. Lucky was awesome. He was the guy who had the worst luck in the world. Like his background story was like he went out to the woods with his dog, and something weird, like a bird swooped down on him, and when he dodged out of the way, a sapling tree sprung up and took the leash out of his hand. His dog took off running, so he was chasing down his dog, tripped in a rabbit hole, and landed on a UFO that then activated and flew up into the air. And so, basically he accidentally discovered an ancient UFO and its technology, and the Bureau came and just, took him.
That's like one of my favorite characters I wrote for one of my players was she was a woman who was innately connected to the Akashic Record, if you're familiar with that concept, the global consciousness. So she had all these psychic powers based off of seeing the future, seeing the past, reading minds, because she was tied into the global mind. She was the dumbest character in the world. It's like intelligence of 1. She connected to this great universal mind, but all the processing power was built into processing that stuff and not her own situation.
That's funny.
But yeah. And that's the thing, and there's another thing that kind of drew me to the SCP wiki was its similarities to like the Bureau 13 universe, and how every story is true in some shape, form, or fashion.
Man.
And which is the same as DarkCon. Every tabloid story is true.
Yeah, everything is out there. I was just looking up Bureau 13 just to. Firstly, I had forgotten that it had a subtitle, "Stalking the Night Fantastic."
Mm-hmm. I co-host a podcast on it every Wednesday, or every other Wednesday.
Oh. Very cool.
Gaming on the Frontier. Bruce and Trav should be happy now. I have plugged our podcast.
Did you say that got moved into a 5th edition?
They are working on a new edition now. I believe it's a D100 based system, percentile based. Well, they say D100. I don't know if it's percentile based. I mean, D100 sounds to me percentile. So, but yeah, they are working on a new edition of it now. Unfortunately, Richard Tucholka, the original creator, has passed away a few years back. So his widow is the one running the show on that now. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen anything specific on my end about it. I'm curious because one of the things I learned through the years of gaming is I think I prefer a D20 system because I like a simplified D100 based system.
That's it. If everything is in 5% increments anyway,
you're not missing much. Yeah,
just roll it.
I really don't see the need to differentiate between a 91 and a 94.
There's generally no difference.
Yeah.
And so one of the topics we were going to talk about was the open gaming license, and this segues somewhat into that because it was one of the thoughts we had about the open gaming license was we had enough that was different. So the open gaming license required you to have some things, some aspects of their game had to be in your game,
right?
Or to qualify.
Yeah,
But if you remove those aspects, you're no longer using it.
Right.
So at one point we did consider moving to a percentile based gaming system. And then I was like, look, I get that, but is anybody really gonna, do you really want feats in these big spend items that do anything less than 5%?
Mm-hmm.
Do you really want things that are 1, 2, 3%?
Yeah.
Because if you don't, then what's the point? Like, if you really, if it's just really 5s, then D20 works just fine.
It works for... I was going to say it works for games that are really meant to be, like, super realistic and, like, almost simulation as opposed to, narrative or fun. Being a little pokey there.
Like that. But, in the Call of Cthulhu, you're rolling a D100 and you're trying to score under your...
Yeah.
Whatever.
And that was the way the 92 edition of TriTac, Bureau 13 and Fringeworthy was the skills were percentile based, but recorded as a number 1 to 20, and you just multiplied by 5 and rolled under the percentile.
Don't do that.
What?
Don't do that. Now, I will say this, from a game design, the level of precision allowed by doing percentile and then doing something like, 3%, it's cool. It's just the question of, it's a kind of a value premise. Is anybody going to care enough to bother?
Yeah. Again, like if you're trying for realism and you want to say, all right, I want to shoot a gun. I have a 74% chance of hitting a target at 10 paces with this gun, but there's a little bit of haze in the air, and it's providing a -3%. Again, if you are the meaty, crunchy, you love that realism and you love crunching those numbers, it could be great and it could be fun. But might make sense. But for the majority of the gaming audience today, do I hit?
Yeah.
How hard to hit? I don't care about. Most gamers nowadays are looking for a more narrative experience as opposed to a simulation experience.
Yeah, version 5e Dungeons and Dragons is about as stupid simple as it gets as far as rules go.
At least as far as rules based off of the D&D legacy, I would say. There are games that are much simpler, but they also require a little bit more work on the GM and the player's part as far as designing that world. The one I think of off the top of my head is Cortex. It's basically a build-your-own system role-playing system, where it gives you like a few basic mechanics for like conflict resolution, and then it says, all right, now here's all these options you can use to make your game tailored to whatever genre you want to run.
I think Mike had one of those build your own game.
Maybe I like it, but I also freely admit that it is, to me, playing it and running it, it feels more, because the Cortex system is the system. It's a system that today is used a lot for licensed IPs. The Leverage RPG was based on the Cortex system, if you're familiar with the Leverage TV series. The current Marvel RPG is the Cortex system. I want to say there's a few. I think I don't know if it actually is, but I know that the developer hacked together a Supernatural RPG using, like, Supernatural, the TV show. Yeah, and having played it and designed games or game systems within it. Yeah, it's very much a cinematic style. It is, you don't think of a play session as playing a game, but more of working together at a writer's table, writing out a TV plot or a movie plot.
It's actually one of the things, speaking of cinematic, they're re-releasing the Star Wars system. It got some licensing issues, so they have, but it's a very cinematic style of
which,
roleplay.
Of course, makes sense for a RPG based on a movie.
Yeah. Well, they had crunchy ones too. Like back when there were some like almost D20 style, Star Wars games where it was a lot less, you're going to win, just how, or that sort of thing. But yeah, they've re-released that. I've actually been pretty interested. But they haven't. The only thing stopping me is that they haven't released the books on PDF yet. And I don't. Physical books put me to sleep these days, and I just mean like generally. I mean literally put me to sleep. When I open up a book and I start reading it, I get tired. I drift off. I go to sleep. It's something about the blue light, I guess, that I need the PDF. Sitting at a computer, I can read it.
That makes sense. For me, it's more of just I don't have space for books right now, especially a large collection.
So I've got a reader, and I have all of the 5e books are on PDF. All the Pathfinder 2e books that I have are on PDF. The game that I run using my old iPad and my computer. It's a lot easier.
Yeah, I think
virtual tabletop on one of them, that makes things a world of difference when you're.
Yeah, I've been trying to find a virtual tabletop that I like, that other players like, but I also don't really have much time. I've tried running campaigns a couple times, and every now and then I might pick up and run a one shot or something like that. I ran Bureau 13 in Cortex. I rigged together a Bureau 13 system for Cortex and ran it a couple games during this past October, and I had fun.
Yeah, sounds fun.
But
I always I'm gonna rag on Joe just a little bit, but
it's always fun to rag on him.
I only ever played Bureau 13 under Joe, and Joe has his particular game style when it comes to GMing RPGs. Anyway, he seemed to be pretty different in LARP world, but he always had a solution in mind, and the whole point of the game would be to come up with his solution.
Yeah.
You didn't like it when you came up with your own solution. So, in Bureau 13, that can be problematic. And so we played several games. Benji Sawyer and I played under Joe. And we ended up building these characters that could withstand combat. And that's an incredibly deadly game. Like, a character that can withstand combat is a beastly thing.
Yeah.
And he was playing, I think, he was a magic user of some sort, and I was playing a vampire. And what's more, I ended up in one of the early games being quantified. So.
Oh, I know that. I know that adventure he ran. Yeah, he was running one of Bruce Sheffer's.
Yeah, and so like even if something could hit me, very little could. Like I still had my immunities from being a vampire, if it even hit me.
Yeah, and there was only like a 5 or 10% chance that it was real to you.
Yes, and it caused a lot of issues with the gameplay, but yeah, it was still kind of fun, and But yeah, we ended up fighting way more than you're ever. Like you're just not supposed to fight, and we were killing people left and right.
And that was the thing. Like I love the Bureau 13 setting, but its combat system was clunky.
Oh, brutal.
It is
difficult.
For those again watching this later. The Tritech system, the 1992 edition, had a body hit chart for that pretty much separated the body into 1-inch squares across the whole body. This hit chart map took up at least 3 pages of the 92 edition, and that was just if you're getting hit from the front or the back. Getting hit from the sides was about another 2 or 3 pages.
Yeah, Mech Warrior had a kind of, if anybody remembers Mech Warrior's combat system, where basically you could role play one game, but the second combat started, you might as well quit.
Yeah,
that's another game.
I had that. I don't think I ever tried running it. I basically just used it to
build mechs.
To add an RP element to the BattleTech game.
Yeah.
So to build the pilots in the mechs. That was pretty much all I ever used it for.
But yeah, that was so we ended up fighting entirely too often, and it would be interesting to play one that was appropriately investigative. That would be interesting.
I hope to get up a Bureau 13 game at some point once I get a hold of the new rules. Or if not, I'll just use the old 92 edition and shoot. I mean, because when I ran it, I think I might be at fault because Joe wanted to fight more than he could ever do in my campaigns because I did not like combat.
No, combat was a time suck. It was horrible.
Yeah, so mine were very investigative. And I tried to, and I think Joe was not happy that he did not have terribly powerful characters, and they always won their fights because I just didn't care. Oh, wow, okay, you're going to shoot the guy. Yeah, sure, you win, you hit him right between the eyes.
Whatever.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's so dead. That'd be fun.
If I ever get that up and running, I might do that as another extra life, as maybe a live stream of a Bureau 13 game.
Oh my god! You get me and Joe in there, that'd be hilarious.
I would have to because I mean he has one of my favorite characters that has become canon within my campaign, if for no other reason because Joe wanted him to become a god, and I took that away from him after the fact, off screen. Raven.
Raven, yeah.
His mage, who found because in my campaign the Terry Brooks Sword of Shannara series is a potential future of the Bureau 13 campaign in my world. So at some point, he found the blood fire, the source of magic for the Earth. And
I think he told us about that.
Yeah, he built a little cryogenics base and decided to go to sleep there. And I was like, well, eventually, if you sleep next to the blood fire long enough, you probably will become a god or something godlike. But then I said, yeah, but the Bureau ain't going to let him. So I figure, I don't know if I've actually told him this yet or not. I have every intention of, but like, yeah, he gets woken up like, I don't know, how long has it been since we last played? He gets woken up 20 years later by a Bureau vet who said, "Yeah, we found your base like 10 years ago. We moved your cryopod here because we weren't sure how to open it without killing you." And
now I remember it was that guy's code name was Chaos because
he had two. He had Raven and he had Chaos. Chaos was the hitman assassin.
Chaos B13 was one, and so so separate. And then Benji's character code name was Order.
I remember that. Yeah,
he tried to take.
He wanted to just.
He was tweaking Joe's nose. At some point, Chaos showed up with and had to with one of the Bureau Black teams that came to correct us of our ways.
Yeah, I definitely can see that. I would see Chaos becoming part of the X team and. But yeah, and I think he incorporated one of my other players' characters into your campaign was the Delphazin, the Guardian Angel.
Yes, he hung out with me.
Okay.
Like he like hung out behind me. He like trying to tell me, and he was trying to. Save me was maybe the wrong word, but I mean I was a vampire, so he was.
That would actually fit because his storyline was that he was born a demon in hell. He was a second generation demon.
There you go.
So he had worked his way up to redemption to becoming an not angelic because he never quite got that good, but he did become a saint and he became the patron saint of the Bureau, at least in my campaign.
So yeah, he actually
he was like the patron saint of redemption
And so my backstory, very quickly, my guy was actually a former Russian KGB officer who got turned when part of the Cold War, part of the pre-Cold War era was actually in my canon, vampires had started slowly taking over some key positions in the Russian government.
Oh, okay.
So he was actually a ranking. He had a long. He was an older character and had a long career.
Okay.
Before he got turned, and then he was sort of like this. He turned into. He was. He actually was a sniper. Was his main profession, and he had basically been a black ops for the Spetsnaz for years and years. And then decided he was tired of it and defected, but couldn't defect through normal channels. So basically had to become part of Bureau 13 as part of his transition from being, a commie to... And at that point, he actually kind of got stuck in the Bureau. He was there for a long time. And in a twist of irony, because I knew that sniper wasn't actually a really good job. Like, you're supposed to be an investigator, not a killer. So I kind of took his job. I was like, and so when he arrived in the 80s to the United States, they actually put him in a computer lab, one of the earliest computer labs. So he's been hanging out in a computer lab for the last 20 years learning computers. So they didn't want him in the field. They wanted him to be, some pencil pusher, computer flunky bureaucrat. So that was his redemption arc. Was he had finally made it to he was trusted enough to become a field agent.
Okay.
He basically had a computer back. So I reconfigured. So he had combat experience, decades of combat experience. But he was really just most of his skills were dropped into computer usage.
Right. His combat had gotten rusty over the years.
It turns out, because I didn't think I was going to need it. I just thought it was a neat backstory. But then, of course, because as we ended up being so combat heavy, it became pretty important.
Yeah, and you can run a combat game in Bureau 13. It's there, and that's one of the other things I like about it. And again, this comes from. I've been hosting this podcast with them for 3 years now, 4 years now. Ooh, I've been on the Gaming on the Frontier podcast with them, talking about Bureau 13 and Fringeworthy for years now, and we have, one thing I've definitely realized over these years is There are so many options of how to play Bureau 13 because it's just a setting, and it's an interesting setting.
If and my memory is all of the 92 rule set, and that was, I mean, I'm sure if you streamlined it, it could be, and there's plenty out there.
There's a D20 edition now.
Yeah, there's a D20 for, you could do this. All the space stuff is out there anyway. So, I mean, not space. The modern D20 modern was a big thing for a little while, and so it wouldn't be that hard.
There's we just on the podcast just last week. We reviewed Everyday Heroes, which is like the 5e spiritual successor to D20 Modern. And it looks interesting.
I could have fun with that. I think it's it was a fun game. I liked the setting. You know, I remember creating the poster for our session. That was a lot of fun. Running that game was fun. I could definitely get into that.
I've enjoyed learning all the new lore that had been kind of developed since I kind of stopped playing in college. And like, if you remember, the massacre of 77 was a big plot point. Yeah. That's why the Bureau was willing to hire just anybody who survived a supernatural incident, because they just didn't have any agents. So anybody who can, shows that they can survive an incident and not become a babbling idiot, they're like, you're hired.
Yeah.
I found out why that happened, what the Massacre of 77 was, and I can spoil it because it's not... I don't think it's official canon yet. I don't even think it's official canon. I don't think it'll ever be. It's one of those things that can always be in the mystery, but... it was a civil war within the Bureau.
Oh, wow.
So...
Different, yeah. Not what I was expecting at all.
Yeah, and that's nobody expects that, but then you think about it and go... Well, who else would know how to hit them where they're the weakest and all at the same time? And that so that they introduced a whole new in the D20 edition. They introduced a whole new. I don't know if it actually is in the D20 edition. I know we've talked about it on our podcast. Is a new organization that is the more hardcore, less friendly bureau called the Shadow Works. So and they know all the Bureau secrets.
Right on, man.
Their big thing is that they don't use the paranormal at all.
Oh, so my vampire dude would be like...
They would kill the vampire dude on sight. The only paranormal they allow is psychic, because they see that as a natural evolution of humanity.
Ouch.
But
okay.
Yeah, tech and psi, no magic, no creatures.
Ouch. That'd be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm running a Pathfinder 2e game right now. Abomination Vault. It's a lot of fun. It's been cool. It's a mega dungeon.
Yeah.
And that's about my speed. I don't have a lot of time I can do prep for, and the virtual tabletop that I've got actually does a lot of the work for me. To be
Which
honest.
one are you using?
Foundry.
Okay, I haven't. Okay, I think I've seen bits and pieces for that, but.
I took the time to go ahead and set up an AWS server, so an Amazon Web Services server.
Okay.
So I've got that running the game, then all the front end. That took some doing, but my players log in on Thursday night, and we have the game. What I have to do to prep, I have to pull the maps up. I bought the map pack from a designer. So that's all in there. All the tokens. They don't have the artwork on the tokens, which is a little bit yeah. So they all look like Storm Shadow, like this dude with the mask on. So I go through and I pull clip art and put it on the tokens, and I put the tokens where they're supposed to go. But otherwise, the monsters are already in there. So you can run combat through the VTT.
Right.
So I do. I run the combat through the VTT. We do virtual dice roll. We had done physical dice roll for a little while, like virtual. I didn't think I would, but there's a little too many instances of people making all the important rolls.
Yeah. If you're, you might as well just go in, because I mean, a digital is going to work about the same. Yeah, I was using Fantasy Grounds. Well, I shouldn't say I was using Fantasy Grounds. I was learning Fantasy Grounds. I joined a Discord server that was, I think it was called Fantasy Grounds School or Fantasy Grounds University, that was all about helping new players learn how to either play or run D&D in Fantasy Grounds. And I had a lot of hope for it, and then I couldn't find players.
The thing on ours, I mean, like, Foundry's not easy, necessarily. Like, I can't honestly imagine trying to build some of this from scratch.
Mm.
But I am in a place in my life where I can imagine paying for it.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
that's the thing. We aren't broke college students anymore.
It didn't cost me nearly. And so basically, I think my AWS server cost me something like $3 a month.
Mm.
The software package, I honestly cannot remember. It was like $40 maybe for the Abomination Vault package. I bought the PDFs from Paizo, which was another like $25. So probably about, I don't know, $80 all in.
Yeah.
But the game is what I have to do to prep. I have to read it. I have a notebook where I keep like what's gonna. It has 3 entries under each room. The room, the room name. It says skills, fight, treasure. So any skills checks that room requires are listed at the top. If you're fighting something, it lists what it is, and it's hyperlinked because it's a virtual. It's hyperlinked to the web page where the creature is. But it turns out you don't have to do that because the creature token has all of the details in it. So you just double click on the creature token.
Okay, yeah.
And you can read it. So I've slowed down on that. And then, of course, the treasure. You can, if you want to. I have not chosen to do this yet because it's another level of preparedness I'm not ready for. But you can actually put items in the VTT on the bodies.
Yeah.
So once they die, they can loot the bodies
in the VTT, and yeah.
But, I just, again, because that takes a little more prep work, I haven't done that.
Yeah. And that was
token they're searchable.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I quickly learned that, like, in the case of Fantasy Grounds, you could buy the prepared adventures, and they'd be quick. I mean, and depending on who you bought it from, they could be fully ready. I mean, all you have to do is, put in the commands, whatever the commands are. In the case of players, it's probably just clicking and dragging and telling it, I want to roll dice now. For the GM, there might be a few more things you have to learn, but you have to learn all those commands.
Mm-hmm.
And when I don't even have players committed, I'm not going to take the time to learn those commands.
Those commands, yeah. No, I hear you.
And so I got to the point where it's like, you know what? I just learned enough to do a quick. Well, it's been a while now, so I've probably forgotten most of it. But most I ever got to the point was like I could learn how to quickly host a generic game in there, in case 5 friends said, hey, let's get together on Discord and play.
Well, and that's the thing is, I don't know virtual tabletop. I think that's something I want to point out is because I bought this the way I did, and because there were instructions on how to set up the game within virtual tabletop, I don't know how to use it. I just know how to run this game in it. That's
I learned a little bit more. Like, I know how to import maps or images in Fantasy Grounds, and that's about it. But the most recent game I tried to run, I mean, aside from the Bureau 13 one-shots I did in October, it was a 5e. It was going to be all at the table. The only digitalization of it was I was going to use D&D Beyond as a character sheet tracker.
Yep.
Because that's where all my PDFs are bought through.
Yep. And so that was one of the other nice things is PF2E integrates, so you have your character sheet in there too.
Yeah.
In a very usable format, because Foundry doesn't. I didn't find it to have a very good interface with 5e. I liked. We used a different one when we were doing 5. We settled on Foundry, but we basically just used it as a map board for our tokens.
Yeah.
Whereas for Pathfinder 2e, because of the integration, we roll the dice through it. We use, like, your ability sets are in there. Your character sheet is in there.
Yeah.
The worst part, honestly, I was playing a magic user in D&D Beyond. The character sheet is so good and so interactive. That's what we ended up doing, is we would have virtual tabletop for our interface with a Google Meet meeting on the side, and then you would have your character sheet pulled up, and since those were in a campaign, you could roll your dice publicly.
Right there, yeah.
So we were kind of in 3 different places playing the game.
Yeah. And supposedly, maybe if they can pull it off, Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast are planning on doing their own virtual tabletop.
They bought
D&D Beyond.
D&D Beyond, right? That's not a virtual tabletop. Right?
No, but it is. It would be a good foundation for one.
Mm-hmm. It would be. It certainly would be.
So. And there are some rumors that that's part of what their attempt to change the OGL over. Some of the language in there it looks like it was implying to deny other virtual tabletops from even using 5e rules.
Yeah.
So they could corner the market on 5e virtual.
There's some shady stuff going on.
Yeah.
They should have rode their popularity instead of trying to capitalize on it.
I don't know for sure, but I get the impression that there were some suits at Hasbro who were not happy that they weren't making as much money as they thought they could.
And you know what? I get it. If you're the progenitor of a system, a concept, an idea, or at least if you own it, because they weren't certainly with the project. Excuse me one second, I'm gonna sneeze.
Go ahead. You muted it. I couldn't tell when you hit it. I was going to try and conduct it.
So, yeah, I mean, I get it. They felt like they deserved a bigger slice of the pie, but to me, it's just great to see the industry thriving. And I know that's easy for me to say, but...
Well, and that's the thing is, it was obvious that whoever made this decision, or whichever group or individual made this decision, was not familiar with what OGL had done for the industry and for Dungeons and Dragons. Because if they had known, they would have known that to try and reverse that.
Yeah, they didn't understand the history of it. And now what you have is Pathfinder 2e, which wouldn't exist without the OGL, without 3.5, because Pathfinder was basically a reprint of the 3.5 rules.
It was 3.75. That's the way I call it.
And now they're in Pathfinder 2e, which is sufficiently different to not need the OGL.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're going to put out their own open gaming license.
And
now you
I would say
created a competitor out of somebody who could have just been.
They were still competitor, but at least they were sufficiently niche enough.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Dungeons and Dragons has pop culture knowledge now. I mean, there are normies who know what Dungeons and Dragons are, but you tell them Pathfinder and they're like, "What's that?"
Yeah, that's true.
But now there's more new players coming in who had just come in recently, thanks to say Critical Role, Dimension 20, Stranger Things, who had come into D&D recently, and then they hear all these bad things that, or especially the GMs or new creators who could have fleshed out the current OGL even further.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, "Oh no, well, I'm going to move to this other system now."
Yeah. And I don't know if you've seen any of the previews, but the new Dungeons and Dragons movie looks fun.
I've actually been avoiding it. I've actually kind of want to go in blind.
Okay. Well, I won't say anything else, but I do remember watching at DragonCon the Dungeons and Dragons movie trailer from back then.
Yeah.
And that was god awful. Like I was when I saw that, I'm like, well, this isn't going to be good at
That's
all.
that's kind of part of the reason I'm avoiding the trailers for this current one, is because I kind of want to go in blind. I just want to go in knowing it's a D&D movie.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get my hopes up, and I don't want to go in with, maybe pre-bias, either for or against. I kind of want to go, because I'm probably not going to see it in the theater anyway, honestly.
That works both ways anyway. Like, I mean, I remember a lot of my friends went to go see Underworld, and they were so convinced by the trailers and the concept that was going to be the best movie ever, and they didn't like it. And so I didn't go see it. Like, I didn't get to go with them. So I didn't go see it. But then I saw it with my expectations pretty low because they had been upset about it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I'm like, there's nothing wrong with that movie. I don't know what you guys are mad about. But it was because in their head it was going to be like the next big thing. And
yeah, I've learned to, if it's something I truly have an interest in, don't worry about following trailers. I honestly haven't watched a movie trailer. Like, there's trailers for like John Wick 4 out. I haven't watched them because I want to see John Wick 4.
I'm gonna watch that movie regardless. That's one of those moments where the trailer doesn't matter. I actually did the same thing with the Star Wars movies as they come out. I'm like, it doesn't matter. The trailer is not going to affect whether or not I see that movie, and
that's the thing. If it's and that's kind of my thing. If it's a movie that I already know I'm going to want to go see, I'm not going to watch the trailers because I don't need to be sold on it.
Yeah.
And I just avoid potential spoilers, avoid biases that might like precondition me to think. And I'm not a person who's afraid of spoilers. Like, as long as it's not a major plot point, like say what Bruce Willis is at the end of Signs, or
Sixth Sense. Yeah.
Sixth Sense. You. I'm sorry. Yeah. Or even that. Signs is another one that.
Another twist.
Yeah. As long as you're not giving away the important plot twist, I don't mind the more minor things like, oh well, this minor character dies halfway through. I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care. But there's everybody loves that character. Okay. Now I'm going to be looking forward to it because I'm assuming that's an important part. If you're talking about it, it might be an emotional part. Maybe I want to go see it. Maybe I want to cry. Maybe the lead up to that character's death will make me go, ooh, I know it's going to happen. Oh, I'm going to be so sad. I mean, I'm also old enough that I have a very good memory of genre and tropes. So, I mean, watched WALL-E for the first time, I kind of knew what was going to happen every step of the way.
It's a funny one. In the last, 5 years, watched The Godfather for the first time. So what's interesting is I have seen every other mob movie. So I was actually kind of like, at first I was like, wow, this is derivative. And then I'm like, no, wait. The other thing, it's original.
This is...
Yeah.
I see where they all got their ideas from now.
It was like a weird reaction, like, Jesus, I can't believe they're going to engage in this trope. And then you're like, wait, this is where that trope's fitted. It's okay.
Oh, wow, yeah. That's like a comment I've heard about Citizen Kane is like seen as one of the greatest movies of all time. But if you go in watching it now with like no real expectations, it's a movie. What made it great in the day was the cinematography and everything, but it's not particularly moving storyline or anything.
The Graduate is one of those. It's like, so we were at one point trying to make our way through, not the full 100, but the top, American Film Institute's top 100. And several of those were probably amazing when they came out.
Yeah.
But that thing that they did, like there's one segment in The Graduate where it's doing like time is passing. So it shows things like he walks through a doorway, and it goes from, being the door from his pool at his house where he's wasting his summer to the hotel room where he's sleeping with Mrs. Rob. And so that like transition, and it's him just constantly kind of in motion. It's neat, and I've seen it, but that's where it came from. So I can imagine like the originality back in the day was definitely worth the buzz. But now seeing it sort of after the fact, it's like, well, yeah, okay, that was neat, and the rest of the movie is only a little bit interesting. I can't believe it ended that way.
Well, and again, like Matrix and Bullet Time, which didn't. I mean, it might have existed in some small fashion before the Matrix, but the Matrix is what really refined it and made it good.
Yeah, I agree.
And then all the movies that have used it or derivatives of that afterwards is kind of like.
Or it was only a couple of years later they tried to use Bullet Time in like the Super Bowl.
I can't remember that.
They ringed the stadium with cameras so that they could use Bullet Time to.
Yeah.
It was like, well, that didn't
work well.
No.
Just stick with your little flying camera on the wires.
Yeah, that's sufficient. That's neat enough. I don't need the 3D control.
Yeah.
It's not that awesome.
Well, then, and that's the thing. As any new trope is founded, it gets copied, it gets developed, and then you go back and look at the old one, and it's kind of like, what?
Yeah.
Like again, Tolkien. I will say I can't read Tolkien. I just get bored, and I don't say that he's bad. I don't say that he was not a good writer. I recognize the world building that he did, especially the work on linguistics. Oh my! He did a lot of work. I've picked up and flipped through the Silmarillion and had a headache afterwards. The only one I could read front to back without problem was The Hobbit, which was the simplest one and it made for his kids. And I get it. I'm not going to fault the man's work and what he did for effectively founding a genre. It's not me, because I started off with, his immediate successor, Terry Brooks.
Right.
And then other fantasy writers after him. And by that point, the genre had been developed a little bit, and some of the tropes had been developed a little bit. And even Terry Brooks, I'll read, and at least with him, I've learned his voice well enough that I know, okay, I can just skip these next few paragraphs. Okay, continue on.
So, did you ever read those Dragonlance novels?
I didn't. I actually haven't.
Well, you can't. And I mean, they don't hold up.
Okay.
Like, you could. I'm not saying that they're not for sale, and I'm just saying that, like, there's a time in your life where it's appropriate to have read those. And when you're outside of that time, it gets a little bit more. What you realize is that it's basically a transcript of the game.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'd already kind of heard before, yeah.
So things happen in it that you wouldn't really happen in literature, and some of that's nice. I mean, because the randomness, like the one character leaving an area when the other character, the smoke-filled area, one character is leaving, one character goes in to find that character. They just do that. They Scooby-Doo it for a little while.
Okay, yeah.
It's like, what's the point of that? In the book, you're like, what's the point? Why did they do that? Then you realize,
that's what happened at the game table.
That's what happened. Yeah. It's not really intended for comedic relief. It's just what happened.
It was probably comedic at the time, but
probably pretty funny.
That was for four writers who were seeing it with a meta narrative eye.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did recently go back and I think about 2 years ago, I went back and read Dune for the first time, like a year before the movie came, or the most recent movie came out.
So Dune seems to hold up, in my opinion.
Dune, very much so. It isn't as focused on the fantasy or speculative elements. It's a power play. It's politics and religion and...
Yeah, and you can follow it, even though it has a fantastic setting. The setting is a backdrop for, sort of a Hamlet. You know, it's not. Well, it's not Hamlet, but you know what I mean. It's the story holds up without the fantastic elements.
Right. Yeah.
But the fantastic elements occasionally take front and center, right? You know, the worms.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Especially in the later books. I've pretty much read all, but all of the ones that Frank Herbert himself wrote. I've read all of them now except for the last one, and I've read about 2/3 of that. That one I just kind of he started losing me towards the end of that one, and I was like, okay.
I mean, it's Stace Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah, exactly. At least that first.
It's not a familiar story, but it's told in a really good way. And one of the things I actually do appreciate about Frank Herbert's writing, it's similar in this aspect to Hemingway, but not in almost any other way. But he uses the sort of iceberg technique, right? So when he's talking about the Mentats, right, the human computers,
Right.
he doesn't explain. He goes. There's like almost a throwaway line that talks about when computers rebelled.
Yeah.
The reason they train people to be computers is because they don't trust AI.
Yeah, they
That's
had.
just like that's like yeah.
Yeah, it's you start small and and that's the thing is like I've learned in the past, about a character isn't going to just give you exposition out of nowhere that doesn't make sense. If you're in even if you're in that third person focused view where you're following a character and you're reading their thoughts, they're not going to suddenly think, this reminds me of the time 500 years ago when I was.
It was this meme, and it's talking about it says character development in young adult literature. And it was like a girl walks into a kitchen. Hello, older brother who is handsome.
I think that popped up on my Facebook feed just today. I'd seen it before, but yeah.
Who remembers when our mother died in a car crash and our father was an alcoholic?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, here you go. Let's just front load everything.
Mm-hmm.
But
well,
we are almost approaching 10 o'clock here.
yeah,
I've had fun.
been a blast.
It has been fun. I think I might actually try and do something this summer when I have more free time. And I might try and actually get a group together to do a little bit quick online Bureau 13 stream.
You do one or two. I would be involved in that. That'd be fun.
It'll have to be after I get back from Disney World.
Yeah, well, absolutely. But and yeah, if you're interested, if things calm down for you, like I said, we play that Thursday night game every other Thursday from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m.
It's going to be a while because right now my kids are in Little League. And then I am going to try and do some theater again after I get back from Disney World.
Sure. Well, just let me know. We're trying to keep this up and have it be a thing.
Years of working at GameStop and not being able to have a regular schedule meant that I couldn't do any community theater, and now that I have a job that has a regular schedule, and
I get it, man.
I can get on the stage again.
I get it. It's your passion.
Oh yeah. Well, it's one of my passions. That's my problem. I've got too many damn passions. I gotta figure.
You're passionate.
I'm so passionate. I've got to work out which one I'm working on at any particular moment. Let's see. I've got gaming. I've got acting. I've got game development. I'm not kidding. I've made 2 card games already. Prototypes are sitting in my kitchen somewhere, and then I've got 2 board games that I'm working towards prototype phase.
That's awesome.
If nothing else, that'll be my excuse for going to conventions in the future, is to playtest and sell board game card games.
Sounds like a great excuse.
It works for me. Even if I don't actually sell anything, I just have the excuse to go and then just sit there and watch people.
That's it for me. I like the watching of people. The human play.
Oh, look, there's a human Pikachu. Oh, look, there's a Pikachu human.
There's that. Yeah, weird. I love it when they get creative with their costume.
I think I saw one at MomoCon that was... It was a Pikachu made up of stuffed Pikachus. Plural. Like, they took a bunch of Pikachus and fashioned them together into a Pikachu outfit. And you could tell, like, it was a Pikachu. Like, they would have red where they were supposed to have red, but they were made out of little plushy Pikachus. It was weird.
Pikachu Zord.
Yeah, or some kind of body horror Pikachu monster or something.
Oh, fun. Huh.
But I enjoy. It was fun to watch.
I bet.
All right. Well, I would like to thank you for coming on and talking to me for almost 4 hours.
Yeah.
A little bit over 4 hours at this point.
Yeah, that's right. We started early.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. We're good.
Yeah.
4 hours in.
Yep. I hope to do this again with you. I already have plans on getting Joe back on and needling him about some things again later this year, but maybe I can get you back on as well, and we'll talk more about OGL and what sucks about modern gaming.
That's right. We'll have our segment about those darn kids.
Those darn kids and their narrative-driven games. You remember White Wolf?
Too simplified skips.
Nobody remembers White Wolf.
Nobody. Remember White Wolf.
White Wolf doesn't remember White Wolf.
You're trying to forget.
The people who bought White Wolf don't want to remember White Wolf.
Still not republishing it, though.
I pre-ordered my wife the new Bloodlines Masquerade game. And then it got delayed. I pre-ordered her the collector's edition for her anniversary.
Oh no.
And it got delayed indefinitely.
Oh no.
I am not happy. And then again, I don't care. It's not my game. She's the one who's not getting it.
I don't play that noise.
It's not in my wheelhouse anymore. But I'm gonna try and get some other people on first. I've got an idea of who I need to approach next. If he happens to watch this, Benji Hughes.
I was about to say, he's the historian.
He'd
probably clarify all those timeline questions.
He could probably tell us exactly where me and Joe and us and me and you were wrong, and with timestamps and.
I'm sure there's some narrative issues with the way we described tonight. So. He'd be a good one to get.
Yeah, so I'm gonna reach out to him now and in the future. But first, I think it's time we say goodnight. Thank everyone who's stuck around this long. Thank you for any donations. I think I saw one come through while we were on, and I didn't have time to.
My ass wife.
Ah, yes.
She gave $25, one penny for each jelly.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, bless her.
All right, so we will talk more in the future, and if I ever do manage to get up a mega game that we can run, I will try and you will be one of the people I reach out and say, hey, come help me run a mega game. It'll only take 12 hours of your weekend.
12 hours. That's a drop in the DarkCon bucket.
That's like 12 hours.
That's a small percentage of the amount of time it took to run a DarkCon game.
Let's see. When did you talk about? Was it 24, 48, 72?
Was at least 4 days leading up, right? And
yeah.
And the 4 days up. Friday, I have a wait, but you were setting up. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Or Saturday, Sunday, really.
Yeah.
So Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah.
That's like nothing.
72 hours there. And you really didn't get to sleep much, so that was rough.
That's the point. That's why I said run it as a mega game. Or as you say, run it for like a 6-hour slot.
Give yourself enough time to react and rewrite the next plot.
And sleep.
And sleep. I'm too old for that.
And more important, drink and sleep.
Yeah, there'd be no staying up all night and doing anything. I don't do that. Too old.
Yeah, I've tried. I've got a few friends who I go visit every once in a blue moon, and we'll go out drinking. And yeah, I mean, here's what I'll say. We managed to stay awake until the bar closes, but there is no staying up past that. It's as soon as the bar is closed, I'm heading to my hotel room going, "Good night. I'll see you in the morning."
Yeah, I don't even know about that. 10 o'clock.
Oh, well, I have.
Late.
It is not a frequent occurrence. it happens.
Flag pat. Well,
time to be moseying on.
Guess I better head out now.
But all right, well, thanks again.
All right, bud.
I will talk at you in the future. It's been a lot of fun and great reminiscing, and we will talk again later. And again, thanks for everyone who's donated to Extra Life. And yeah, if you're watching this, I will have details later on my Facebook or on as a comment here if you're watching this on Facebook or on the Extra Life page about what's coming up for next month. Because as I've said, I'm trying to do one event a month, and I'm still one behind. I've missed February because of a technical issue.
The Minecraft episode.
Yeah, the Minecraft episode that did not go. So I got to figure out how to... I'm already one behind. So I got to do something. So it might be me playing Stellaris as the Oppenheimer planet or something. Or
should definitely do that.
I've done it on my own just for fun, but streaming me in the hair and the lab coat as the leader of the Oppenheimers and Stellaris might be interesting. I have also thought about playing Fallout 4 as John Wick.
All right.
Just get the suit on, let my hair go down, get the beard a little bit right, and.
All right, bud.
All right.
Well,
Later.
it's been fun.